You call it accidentally muting the stream. I call it boosting engagement. You see, if no one can hear... if no one can hear, they'll spam the chat and be like, we can't hear you guys. Okay, so... what we have here is we have a... Here, let's go back to where we're taking a look at things. So what we have here is we are going to have 4 teams of 3 that are going to be competing against each other, and what they have to do in order to get victory is they need to hold victory points. And so there are going to be 5 of those victory points. I believe, I'm not sure exactly, Crete, Sinai, Belarus are some of them, and I think West Switzerland and Friesland is the last 2. So this will make up the 5 victory points, and you are going to generate score from doing these victory points. There is going to be a... let's get the chat so that we can see it, because we're kind of just trying to intro what's going on. But there is going to be a separate rule set for this game, which is what we were showing, where it is going to be, generally speaking, exploits are kind of removed. You can't really take a ton off of players in an individual war, and the scoring system is going to tick every 10 years starting at 1850. If you hold one of the VPs, you will generate 1 point, and at the end of the session, after 3 after 3 sessions, you will get 5 points for holding onto a victory point. So it's really end-loaded in terms of power. So for the metagame, what I think is going to be more important is going to be you are going to be wanting to play more towards being strong in 1880 or 1890. And so I think that, this is going to be the thing. Is there some kind of delay with when it appears on your overlay when you see your chat window? There is a little bit of a delay, but the problem is that I'm trying to do a bit of an entire intro, and so if I do like 2 minutes of intro, and then you guys can't hear the intro, and then I look at chat, but are we in the WSC? No, that's to someone else. But we will also be playing with a mod that does a few things, like notably give Japan a little bit more tech, has a little bit of some balance tweaks, but overall, this is going to be the state of affairs we're starting at. Now, I think it's a little bit interesting, these teams. I think they are pretty well balanced, and so why don't we take a little bit of a vote, what everyone thinks is the strongest team, best team. I have some thoughts. I think that there's one option... Well, let's see what the chat thinks, and then we will talk about the various team strengths, because the teams aren't allowed to declare war on each other directly for the first several years. And also, there are certain places that are off limits in terms of expansion. Only the USA and Spain are allowed to expand in the Americas. Southeast Asia is off limits for the early game. Categorically, Qing is off limits. Otherwise, the metagame devolves into seizing states from Qing. But notable places that still appear to be kind of up for grabs are going to be South Africa and also Persia. And so being adjacent to Persia, I think, is pretty big, in terms of being able to seize it, because if you're either Russia or the Ottomans, who are on the same team, you'll be able to push into Tehran quite a little bit easier than the other countries. And so this is something that will be going on. We see Mexico's going for Texas. Let's see if anyone's started any wars and if they're expanding just quite yet. So let's scroll up. We see that France is going to Protectorate Mascara. They're going for a very long-term play. But again, this is going to last 3 sessions, so this, of course, makes some sense. Burma is being gone for by the EIC. Burma Protectorate. Doesn't that violate the rule set? Hold the phone, chat. Pump the brakes, hold the phone. We're going to check the rule set, because I thought that we were not allowed to expand in Indochina. States in Indochina cannot be conquered or subjugated until this. Exception, EIC can conquer states for the journal entry. Alright, fair enough. We do see several things, like, for example, where we were talking about Americas cannot be expanded in the early game. Let's see. Cannot transfer the EIC. 1 naval invasion per strategic region is also going to be an important one. Most of this stuff, though, is just preventing, like, exploits rather than, kind of changing the nature of the game, other than you can only bop people with one war goal. So wars will never be like absolutely crippling. Another one is you cannot start before, no direct player wars before this. You can intervene in diplo plays though, if you so choose. But I think generally speaking, we are going to see a situation where you are not going to want to go to war very, very aggressively, I think, with other powers, because when two teams fight, the third team benefits. And also, I think it's probably a mistake to try and really, really go for some of these war goals early on. We'll see how people, kind of approach it. We can take a look at the Ottomans and see if anyone's going for anything from them. But in particular, they will be able to fight Egypt for Crete. And I suppose that Crete is off limits and Sinai is off limits, kind of at this opening salvo, because you can't declare war on the Ottoman Empire, who is an overlord of Egypt. People can't intervene with the Ottoman Empire in the First War. And so Team 3 will have access to 2 kind of victory points already under their subjugation. West Switzerland is already in the bosom of France a little bit, but to some degree it's also next to Austria. Friesland is more open. Belarus starts under Spanish control, and also I think those are the 3 war places that we could get: West Switzerland, Belarus, and down there. So adds up to 5, and so this is going to be good. Is Italy already formed? No, but it is. I believe Sardinia Piedmont is the player playing Italy. Mascara backs down against France. I believe Sardinia Piedmont is the player. We could take a look here. It is being piloted by Rick. Shout out to Rick. Very handsome man, we assume. Is there anywhere we can read the rule set? Yes. Why don't we just link it in the chat? Why don't we just link it in the chat and get over to that so you guys can actually see the score. The score is going to be not one that is seen for a while, but do they need to hold victory points directly or subject okay? They need to hold the victory points directly. So it is going to be a little bit. Sardinia Piedmont goes up and rivals Prussia here. I think we have it set up so that you guys will see the teams. And so let's maybe take a look at where you guys think the teams are at. See, when I thought this, I initially thought one team was just way better than the other. And then I started to think, maybe that team is actually really trappy. And I think that what's important is being strong 50 years from the current date, more so than anything else, in terms of the metagame of how this is. And also important, the prizing structure is very top-heavy in the sense that first place gets the entire shaboodle. So playing for second is not something that is encouraged by the prizing. And so we do see there's kind of Team 1 is out in front, and then Team 3 is kind of the next good-looking one. But I think on its face, Team 3 kind of looks like the strongest country of being both a combination of Russia, Austria, and the Ottoman Empire. And to be fair, without access to Chinese states, we see that there might be someone siding in with something. We'll see. This is the person who paused is Prussia. They might be kicking things off with a bit of a war, or joining a war. Uh-oh, someone joined the game. Is this okay, maybe they're sorting some logistics. So we won't get involved in that because it is, again, not being hosted by us. We are just providing coverage for it. But Russia, Austria, and Ottomans, first of all, they're all connected. They're all going to be the part of the same market. The mod is such that they can all join the power blocks of each other easily, and they all have to be in the same block. And so it looks really strong. And Russia, in particular, one of the reasons why Russia is a little bit weaker in kind of the competitive that we've done is that they don't have enough time to ramp. But here you will have like 50 years to ramp. You have an enormous population, and no one can utilize or abuse Great Qing's population unless Heavenly Kingdom forms, which would really help out the USA team. But on its face, Russia, Austria, Ottoman Empire look very, very strong together. But I think it's a little bit trappy. I think you actually kind of don't want to be in control of these war goals early on. You just need them later, and fighting other teams being dogpiled early is going to be bad for you. Which is EIC and Can. Can is Canada, which is being played by as Upper Canada, Lower Canada, I think, is who is being played. And then EIC is the East India Company, which is the British East India Company here. No faith in Team 2. You guys are whack. So Team 2, I must admit, I do think is the weakest team. But Italy can form. It'll be a smaller Italy. It's connected to France. And then very disconnected is Japan. However, Japan, I think, is an interesting one from the sense that if you play as Japan and you make 2 really big armies and you control some of the island wargals like Crete or Belarus, you will be basically impossible to enforce on. You'll just park 1 army on that island. You'll park 1 army in your capital and you say, you can't do anything to me. There's nothing that's going to happen that's negative. We're just going to be good forever. And so, yeah. I do think adjacency to Persia is something that's really nice on Team 3. But I think overall, my perspective is that I think Team 1 and 4 are probably the 2 strongest teams. I don't know which one I think is strongest exactly. And I think part of it depends on... I just don't know how much USA can really ramp up in 50 years. I think if USA can really ramp up quite hard, having access to the North German Fed, we have a mod where even if they can form the North German Fed, even if they lose the war against Austria, so the German land will be kind of 50-50 divided no matter what. It's not very winner-take-all-y. We will see a strong USA, a strong Prussia. Notably, there is no... Wow, we went state religion on Japan? Really? Is this the you're doing this so you can do corn laws, pop corn laws easier? I saw the strategy a little while back. I'm not sure I'm a fan, but I guess I certainly don't hate it. You notably, in multiplayer, basically the most important thing in this timing window is going to be military tech. And I think some people might push for trench. I think some people might even push for, being able to be on NCO training kind of by the end date. So starting out with good tech, I think is a pretty substantive advantage. And Team 4 starts with 2 people in the Tier 1 tech. Also, EIC has had its techs reduced. And also, EIC is only allowed to build... This is one of the weird idiosyncrasies of the rule set. EIC is only allowed to build 60 universities. So EIC won't really catch up on tech, but the flip side is it looks like they're going for military tech straight away. The flip side of this is that the population they have is an enormous tool/advantage that they can use. So I think that this is really strong. I think that economically, Great Britain is in really, really good shape. They can build in the EIC, and they will have the best economic activity, kind of opportunities. But they also have the weakest member on the team, which is Canada, or as some people call it these days, the 51st state. Except that's not that funny. But I think that Team 1 looks really, really strong in terms of economic activity as a result of having this enormous population. Team 2, to be fair, or Team 3, to be fair, also has a very large population in the aggregate. We have, what is this for Team 1? They got 25 million plus 111 million plus basically nothing in Canada. So it's like 130 million. If we take a look at Team 3, they got 56 million plus 34 million, right? So this is 90 million plus... The Ottomans, who also have a lot of pop, 110 million. They're really not that far behind Team 1 in terms of pop. But they have no one on their team that is the Tier 1 tech. So they will always be behind. If the other teams prioritize military tech, they will always be behind. Let's see what tech is being researched by Great Britain. So Great Britain is looking for a quick eco. Bessemer process looks a little strange until you remember that their company that's quite strong requires Bessemer process. So this seems eminently reasonable to me as a kind of a research path. Maybe a little early for modern sewage, but okay. Water tube coming out for France. Let's see what USA is doing. again, I think that you're really rewarded for being strong by the end date. And to some extent, the victory points early on are much less important. Might be a technocracy start for early restoration. That makes sense. You're not allowed to declare on your teammates. The one exception is you can declare on Japan for investment rights. And so we'll see kind of when they end up going for that. They are going tenant farmers right now here in Japan. So a reason why going state religion is good, though, is because the Japanese shogunate will support state religion, if I recall correctly. And so if you go state religion, you tend to make them happy, or the guy who's in charge of it at the start of the game. Which makes going tenant farmers a little bit easier. You can also, like, force corn laws a little easier. I think he's traditionalist. Yeah, so this guy is state religion oriented. Or wait. No, this guy's the leader. And he doesn't have an opinion on the matter. It seems like they're kind of cruising in terms of law passing, though. When EIC gets mass conscription, it becomes almost unstoppable without the unity limit. This makes sense. This seems fair. I think that EIC is kind of in a little bit of an interesting spot where I'm not sure what they should focus in terms of tech, but I have the feeling that they should either do military tech or they should do eco-tech, and that splitting this is perhaps a little bit of a mistake. Canada's going to pop off with player control and Indian market. Oh, I agree Canada will be quite strong, but they won't be strong early on. Team 3 gives World War I vibes. Old boy states, none of which exist in this form. France, Japan, Italy, wonky Axis powers. Yeah, and we've seen in the 3v3v3 that we've hosted, we've seen France really be kind of the boogeyman and be extremely powerful. In the mod we're playing, they don't get quite as much radicalism, which I think is a little bit of an appropriate one, but they still have increased radicalism from their events. But France is not really the boogeyman if you can't declare wars in the first 10 years. France's huge advantage is the fact that they have the timing window at game start where they have the strongest military. And so this being removed really kind of hurts them a little bit. I do think that Great Britain and EIC also have advantages in the fact that if you feed Great Britain the war goals, they're going to be hard to take off of Great Britain because Great Britain only has to defend they're an island. If they incorporate nothing else, they only have to defend 2 strategic regions to avoid getting enforced on. And so we do get Conquest of Algeria here completed. They only have to defend 2 war goals, and so, yeah. No one picked China? No, the teams were pre-sorted, and China is just out. China is banned. You're not allowed to take states off of China. You're not allowed to play China. These teams were pre-balanced, and then players got assigned to them based on who they were interested in playing. Yeah. Otherwise, China would be very, very strong in the long term. But seeing Team 3, have close to the same amount of pop as the EIC team is a little bit interesting. Like, so if we take a look at the other 3 teams and their pop, because they don't want an embassy, shout out. We will see that, okay, we have 34 million here. We're going to have, like 2 or 3, 5 million, 4 million here. So was it 33 plus this? So, like, half the population in Team 2. And you also have someone who is quite backward in Japan. I really do think Team 2 is really weak. Even though France is kind of, like, normally the boogeyman, they have 2 really weak players on their team to try and offset Japan. We do see corn laws pop and modern conservative relatively early here for Japan, which is going to be great for them. We're going to expect to see not a promotion just quite yet, but expect to see where is their movement. What movement are you supporting, my guy? Supports movement category modern. So it must be the modernization movement. It is influenced currently, so we're expecting to see that agitator promoted, and he is. So we're going to be able to, here as Japan, be going for, I suppose, after religious schools, we will be going for, I think I would just drop religious schools and go off of traditionalism right now, but he's going to finish religious schools. I suppose it's fine enough, but you'll be able to come back to this later. I don't know. That's fair enough, though, but it's like roughly half the pop for Team 2. and you can't take the Chinese states, and they don't allow migration, so it's not like you can peel a lot of pop very easily anyways. USA can kind of siphon off a lot of pop, and they start with 16 million because they have the insane migration attraction. Not expecting to see the other teams be able to beat them out for, mass migration attraction. And so, as a result, I think they are going to take the lion's share of the migration attraction. And so I think that the USA team is a little bit interesting and is perhaps the best team. Also, the USA will be very difficult to enforce on as time goes on. The USA portion of the team will be difficult to enforce on. They are adjacent to Canada, so there is a unified front with the other team, but other than that, they will have to land. They have adjacencies from both Spain and Prussia on other teams, and so what they could do is they can feed their war goals to the USA, and then have Spain and Prussia be able to give them kind of launch pads into the rest of what's going on. So, is there a doc where we can see the rules here? We will link it again. Early market liberalization, modernization movement on Japan. What is Italy? Italy stands for Italy. ITA stands for Italy. Let's see how exactly, or we have like 16 million on USA. Spain, I think, has like 10 to 12 million. They have 14 million, so that's 30 million. And then also Prussia, which to be fair is going to form some version of the North German Federation, has another 14 million. So we have like a third of the big teams pops. So from a population perspective, really, really rough for both, Team 2 and Team 3. Now, Team 2 and Team 4. But Team 4 at least has tech advantages, and I think has, something going on in terms of being able to attract pops like this. So I really think that Team 2 is just the weakest one. Make sure everyone hits the like button. It does help the algorithm. So does talking. Team 4 is the only team that can take South America, makes them pretty strong. I also think that this is another significant advantage for them, yes. They are the only ones allowed to expand in South America in the early game in the first 15 years or so. And so we are expecting to see that. Let's see how Russia is doing, because I think a big kind of crux will be, how does Russia perform? How well does Russia perform, and how well does the EIC perform? Because I think that these are the ones that are going to be the hardest. We see they've not gotten to corn laws yet. These two are going to be the hardest to pilot, I think, in general. We do see a little bit of a UI change, but would love to see Russia, proc corn laws. Let's see if corn laws has been achieved by the Ottoman Empire. They are mobilized, so if you want to get corn laws, you can be very, very aggressive about having, hussars, which only have extra grain output per unit, and just conscript up everything in hussars, and you can proc it very, very early. It's also going to be curious to see just how strong these players are. These players are multiplayer players, but at the same time, the multiplayer format's not as spiky and exploitative as the 3v3v3s we've hosted, so it'll be interesting to see how, people decide to handle it. Italy stands for Italy. If you don't stand for Italy, you'll stand for nothing. Persia does seem to be going the way of being subjugated. I assume that's what this war is. And I think that this is a huge win for Team 3, that this is going without any oppo. Notably, I do think also the best expansion spot in the entire game, which isn't really addressed, is Sind into the Punjab. This is out of there are a few expansion spots that are open to every player at game start, but Sind into Punjab is available to everyone. Now, EIC should just go for Punjab themselves. We do see Dutch East Indies has already gone for Borneo here. Haven't seen anyone declare on these yet. And these are the next kind of softest expansion spots. So, France is doing its journal entry. I don't really like that relative to, coming in and kicking in the door in South America, especially, people who are on the team of Great Britain, maybe. Isn't it easier to form Italy with two Sicilies? I think it's trivial either way. But Sardinia has a better location for the capital. And so you would rather get a whole bunch of, you'd rather your stuff start building up here. Interesting, we do see the wood company out of the Sardinia Piedmont player. Not saying it's not a good company. I would have generally expect the iron company a little bit more from these guys. But we have... We're not allowed to see the companies? Oh, because we're spectating the wrong player. Yeah. We see Sardinia Piedmont. We see that they are on the wood company. I think a lot of people will not have laissez-faire yet. We do see 3 companies. Brother, how do you get 3 companies? 3 companies out of France here. Pretty solid choices. I think I would prefer the iron company here. We do see the tooling company, which of course makes sense, but coming in out after Grand Western Railway is almost certainly going to be, once they finish Bessemer process, they're going to swap over to that company. Prussia is getting ready for North German Fed. I wonder if Prussia is going nationalism early. Ooh, Prussia is rushing breech-loading artillery, and this is a very key power spike. So no wars until 1846. One exception is you're allowed to do the German leadership war. So it looks like they might be thinking about winning that. It has to be a 1v1. Let's see what companies. Russia's got no companies because they haven't gotten laissez-faire yet. We have the army offense and kill rate companies of Prussia, which will almost certainly become prosperous when you fully mobilize. Has Austria managed to get a company yet? They have. I'm assuming they're getting it from laissez-faire, because we are at a point in the game where they're not getting it from laissez-faire. What do they have the plus company from? Did they research it? This must be a part of the mod, why they have a company, and why all these guys have a lot of companies, but they do go wood. Wood seems just fine. Let's see the USA. It's interesting to see how different people value these in different communities. I think generally my community prefers the iron company to the wood company. We do see the iron company out of USA, but we also see William Crapp and Sons. So yeah, where to see teams? Are the teams not down below? The teams are down below. McDonald's solo menu. Oh, this is game? Yep. We see not a usual war from the AI. That's a big war on the part of Chile. Gotta love General as Howard Cosell of the Victoria 3 multiplayer world. I don't know who Howard Cosell is. I mean, I'm old, so yeah, that might date you. Although maybe that's like less what we were noticing. Oh, we got a boop earlier, and then we refreshed our stream elements, and then we didn't hear. Let's see if we can get that thing working. Thank you for the Prime sub 8 minutes ago, not Gato. Thank you, and the follow. Also, thank you, Kekles, for the follow. What mods are there? It is a balance mod, multiplayer balance mod. I will link the kind of description of what it does in the chat here. With company ownership being the way it is, wouldn't encourage second priority companies to be stronger. This is a tension I don't feel like I have the solution for. It might be stronger, yeah. The problem is you want the company, you want the thing that you're not building to be the company, but you want the thing that you want to build is what you want as the company. So, yeah, maybe wood is the solution, and then you build iron, or maybe iron is the solution and then you build wood. Kindslayer, thank you for the Prime subscription. Big nice. I guess maybe... Did they rush that? No, they didn't. Okay. Interesting. Pharmaceuticals out of the USA. Pharmaceuticals early from the USA. They do already have water tube boiler. Pharmaceuticals. I mean, this is a way to play the long game, right? If you get public health insurance, but I believe public health insurance was... Public health programs, that's a decree that is not vanilla. Whoa! We got some other stuff. Okay, let's take a look at these. Efficient administration, taxation capacity, taxways. Well, this will probably be good for EIC. Interesting. Bureaucracy, population cost, extra infrastructure, especially pre-railroad. This is going to be something. We get encourage construction, 10% state construction efficiency, and 20% construction sector building throughput, almost certainly where you're building tall. Violent suppression, everyone knows it. It's everyone's favorite. Emergency relief, don't need that, except in California. The truth hurts. Encourage innovation. Universities building throughput is pretty strong. Education access qualifications. Wow, that is considerably stronger. So if this is the state of affairs, authority is going to be really good. Are there limits on authority, on infamy? No, but you are allowed to cut down to size a person. And so the effective limit is 100. So pop growth up in the mod they are using, maybe. In which case, it maybe makes a lot of sense. I know the creator of the mod is pretty good for MPs. Let's see, worker exploitation, plus 20% throughput, and then a bunch of malices on top of it. That'll maybe be useful for a window. Encourage urban services. I don't think this was worth using too much. Canal's throughput does imply some things about some stuff. We get encourage manufacturing industry, which features state construction efficiency on top of kind of the good stuff. USA gets laissez-faire here. Maybe they'll finally ditch William Crappensons. Plus migration quota, so greener grass is also better. Interesting. I'm expecting to see everyone's block be sovereign empire. Penal colonial transfers. Public health. Pollution effects reduction, that's pretty significant. That's pretty significant for pop growth. So if you have a taller country, or a country that a lot of your pops are in one spot, this is going to be a bit of a vibe, huh? So let's take a look at the blocks and what they have decided to make a block out of. British Empire stayed the British Empire. France has made a trade league. I wonder if these are rebalanced. We see Zovereign is a trade league. The Stadefast Union created by Russia is an ideological union. Have these gotten rebalanced in some ways? I don't know if I like these decisions if they've not been rebalanced. We do see more principal groups. Minus enactment stall chance. I mean, I can get behind it being okay, and I guess if you have more principal slots, it being sovereign empire becomes a little bit less important. You're not going to subjugate anyone. And I was more thinking from the perspective of vassalization is probably pretty good. Well, you're not going to get the subjugation early on down here, except as the block where you are playing as the USA. But some of these, let's take a look. We see the Sublime Alliance. Now, this isn't good. They have to be in the same power block, the three of these guys. And these, Prussia has to join the USA's power block. Spain needs to not have their own power block. I guess they're going to have it temporarily for now. We do see France has succeeded in putting their block together. Japan's made their own power block too. Unity League. Also ideological union. And they've gone military treaty for Spain. Now, military treaty does make a lot of sense. And military treaties may be actually best in multiplayer. The extra war goal maneuver... Well, you can't put in multiple war goals. But importantly, they are going to get 20% training rate. So, considering you're having 2 extra slots, I don't really hate... I don't think I hate too much the decision to go military, because I was thinking that this is nerfed, plus 15 authority per subject. Okay, maybe it makes some sense. The British Empire is going construction 1 with their first point. So, we are seeing things go. There are 4 teams now. Yeah, this is being hosted by the Paradoxical Gaming multiplayer Discord, and they are putting this on. I'm just kind of spectating it. We do see an interesting part of the rule set is USA is only allowed to use accrue infamy on return states, or like the standard states. They're only allowed to go for this. They're not allowed to subjugate Mexico, which of course is preventing the exploit of subjugating Mexico, transferring all their states to Oklahoma, and then annexing that. Japan is going to be insanely strong in this mod. It is boosted up in terms of the technology. They do have a good starting population, and I think from the perspective, strategically speaking, of defending victory points, which is how the score is going to be determined, I do think Japan is in a spectacular place because they only have to defend in one spot. We see that, hey, France is landing Qing, which means France is going for what I can only assume is a treaty port, because they're not allowed to take a state, but also war reparations. Poor Qing. Now, if everyone beats up Qing like this, a Heavenly Kingdom's very likely. A Heavenly Kingdom greatly favors, I think, Team 4. Hey, first thing, the tournament. What's the general rule of the competition? A race for the highest GDP. It is controlling 5 victory points, and a lot of these will be rewarded. A lot of the points will be rewarded at the end of the 3rd session, so it's kind of trying to be really strong in 30 to 40 years from now, but the victory conditions are Sinai, Crete, which is an island. We just want to highlight everything that's an island. If you're playing a country such as Japan, you would just have to defend your homeland and defend the island, and then you would be unable to be enforced out on this thing. But we do see Crete. Western Switzerland, which is, easier to reach for both Austria and France. Holland, or sorry, Friesland, I think is it. It might be Holland. I'm actually not 100% sure. It's one of these two. And then the final one is Belarus, which is the only currently controlled, victory point, which is controlled by Team 4. Stall chance is going to be important for Austria-Otto. I can get behind it, but I think that generally speaking, I mean, it seems a little on the weak side to me, the ideological union. It's just, we do see Persia's inside of there, but I'm just, I just think it's weak. Is Qing banned in the format? Qing is banned in the format, yeah. Are you the caster? Yeah, we're just casting it. We are not hosting it, so we do not have our finger on the scale in terms of what the metagame or what the format is. France is already in China. They do be, but they can't take states. They can only take treaty ports, which you see UK goes for Nantong as a treaty port. I wonder what the reasoning for going Nantong specifically was. Well, actually, I think you might be able to release countries from Great Qing. So by going for Nantong, I don't think Suzhou has any releasables. So you will ensure your treaty port does not get bricked, which is maybe an interesting one. France is also going for a treaty port here. They have completed the North Africa journal entry. When you join someone else's block, having an ideological union temporarily sounds nice. Yeah, but I think they gotta stay in on it. I mean, the fact that you get 6 principles, I think, is pretty substantive. So, I mean, in 2 weeks, we'll see what they're gonna get. I assume they get Construction 1 as kind of their one. We do see Russia is getting laissez-faire, though, pretty quick, so they've also triggered corn laws in addition to Japan. Very curious to see what principle that they pick up, though. Is creative legislature... Yeah, the activism for approval, disapproval, nah. But they are going to pick it up. We could even see if stuff's been rebalanced. If stuff's been rebalanced, I mean, I could also see advanced research as an early pick. Advanced research, much stronger multiplayer because going for those mil techs is much more important. Let's take a look at, Prussia, which is rushing breech loading artillery currently just to be able to win this war against Austria as quickly as possible. Why aren't they joining each other's blocks? I don't know. They have to do it before 1850 something, I think. But yeah, Nantong is bitter because it has the biggest pop in GDP, I believe, out of every coastal state. I could get behind that too. I just thought I didn't think it was the biggest. I mean, it's certainly better than Guangdong. I mean, I just like it being... Yeah, it's not the biggest, because we saw one that was 16, Fujian. Yeah, I was about to say my understanding is Fujion's the biggest, but I also didn't really know. The biggest non-coastal is Jiangxi. But, yeah. Technically, Sinai and Crete are owned by the Ottomans and are subject. I don't know if that counts. It does not count. But they're going to have the first crack at getting it. So I think, you know, kind of coming back to which team people think is strongest, looks like people are Team 1 and then kind of mixed for Team 3 and 4. I think that's a very fair evaluation. I thought Team Thor, when I initially thought about it, I thought Team 3 was just unambiguously strongest, especially because they have access to 2 of the victory points, but I don't think that's an advantage early on, and that might not even be a negative. Depending on how the diplomacy rolls out, I think being able to point at the other teams and being like, this guy's scary, is really valuable. And so the team that I think looks the least imposing, but simultaneously has the most power is probably Team 4. You know, I think Team 2 just kind of is bad. But I think Team 1 and 3 on their face look scariest. 3v3v3 is back? No, it's 3v3v3v3. With different rules. I'm not the host of this. I'm just kind of, what is it? I am casting the game. And so we could maybe cruise in and see which teams we think are best. I mean or how the teams are doing, but the No Ching and then EIC already wrapped up. Like, if we look at the population heat map, the pops aren't exactly easy to get and not exactly easy to pick up. And USA is going to, every single time there's a European on European war, USA is just going to scoop a whole bunch of pops if there's a lot of turmoil. This is going to be very strong for the UK. Or, sorry, the USA. Mr. Cookies, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. And I think the UK, the thing is about the UK, let's kind of go to the UK. In terms of economy, the UK is just going to be obscene. If we look at the investment pool and look at reinvestment, they're just going to absolutely crush on this front. Hold the phone. This mod gets rid of the modifier for being undersized. It's all just multiplied by 1. But still, which is why they're only making 70k. But still, the UK owns a bunch of buildings and is going to just, like, on cooldown get insanely profitable opportunities to build in the EIC. And the EIC, bless their hearts, can juice up the PB and get manufacturing industries throughput, and so Great Britain could build a bunch of manufactories in the EIC as well. So, like, economically speaking, I think Team 1 kind of has maybe the most going on. Team 3 all the way. Team 3 all the way. I think Team 1 is the highest starting player infamy from other games. Interesting. From the history that these players have together. Treaty port / resources based on how large the landmass proportion to the state. Nantong is a small state, so the treaty port... Oh, that's interesting. That makes sense. People are going to gang up on the UK or Great Britain because who it might impact the Diplo. EIC already took Sind. If they took Sind, then they've locked it in. This is the best expansion spot here, Punjab, that is not off limits as a result of the rules of the game. We see Baluchistan is enforced on. And really, this is all they have to do, is they have to just draw a line here. Russia is going to, at some point, trigger the revolt, the Kazakh revolt, right? And so, we see an AI-enforced ugliness here that I'm not a fan of. I do not like this one bit. This is the AI's doing. USA has gone and manifested their destiny here. When does this end? It will go for 4 hours, so till 5 p.m. PST, but it will also be 3 weeks. So we are going to be seeing who the winner is in 3 weeks, and it is very, very, like, end-loaded. So right now, it's more about players trying to ramp up their economies. I think, especially because PvP is not allowed yet. How much construction we got? Why don't we compare constructions here of the various teams and see who has the most. So Great Britain has 215 construction. Sensible. EIC is probably going to have a little bit less than that. They got 75, so 280 for their team. Plus Canada, which I think is Lower Canada, adds another modest, very modest 40. So what is that? 180 plus 40, 220, or sorry, 320-ish construction. We have Team 2, which has got France, which has a 150 construction, a little bit weaker, of course, understandably. We got Japan, which got 60, so 210 construction. And finally, Italy, which has got also 60, so 270 construction, so a little bit more construction overall for Team 2. Canada, of course, being quite a bit weaker. We see Russia with 200 construction. And if we do it by construction, just based on seeing Russia already at 200, this is probably looking good. In particular, of note here is that they have, well, they're not using it, but wooden buildings are buffed in the mod set, and steel frame is nerfed. But we see 200 out of Russia, 109 out of Austria. We'll just call this 300 flat. And we'll see 50 for 350 out of the Ottomans. So considerably ahead, almost 100 ahead, or more than 100. Around 100 ahead of Team 1. A little bit less is Team 3. They're a little bit less ahead of Team 2. And then we'll see USA, Prussia, and Spain here. USA with a respectable 116. Prussia with probably not that much. Oh, Prussia doing okay. So 230 between the two of them. And then we will see on Spain 100. Interesting. So 330 from Spain as well. So if from just a construction perspective, teams 3 and 4 are looking in the best shape. This is not exactly what I would have expected. I would have expected maybe Team 1. Well, I guess it kind of makes some sense. So maybe Team 4 is the strongest. Britain has a gold surplus. This would be... I was expecting Britain to be able to do the most construction. No, it looks like they're relatively break-even here. But really significant nerf to Great Britain is the vassalization only giving 15 authority per subject. This means way fewer, things that you can put in. Colonial Office is not very good in multiplayer either. But they will generate mandate very, very quickly. In fact, they have a mandate available, and they go for advanced research. Expecting all the teams to kind of do this, to kind of either go for advanced research right away, or go construction into advanced research. Portugal refuses them. Shout out to Portugal. Canada is going to be very good later on. It is. Is debt maxing nerfed? A little bit. In particular, if you're playing multiplayer, you do have to keep in mind that if a really big war pops off, it's gonna be really expensive, and so I don't think it's worth going over 50 to 60% of the debt limit, just generally speaking. How are points gained? There are 5 victory conditions or victory points, and you gain them for holding states. So the first is Sinai, then Crete. Crete is notably an island. Then West Switzerland. Then Belarus, which is notably an island. Islands are going to be easier to defend, so I think seizing the islands is really worth it early on. And then it's either Friesland or Holland. I can't remember which, but it is part of the Netherlands. And so I think getting the islands and holding on to them is probably okay. But every 10 years, starting with 1850, players will earn 1 point per victory point, and then at the end of the 3rd session, you will get 5 per victory point. And so this is going to be, it's very, very end heavy, because the game's going to end in the 80s or 90s, I assume. And if the game's ending in the 80s or 90s, then almost over half the victory points are likely going to be decided in the 3rd session. So, yeah. Team 4 has lulls. I'd be scared. Is this the spooky player of the server? Let's take a look. Who he is playing. Can we not see the player thing? We tried to click on the players. Oh, we can't show their... We spectate Sokoto. Can we show? We can. So we will see Lulz is playing the USA. If he is the boogeyman. He is going free trade here. He had some interesting choice keeping William Crampton Sons. I'm not sure I'm not sure how much I can fear a man that keeps William Crampton Sons, to be honest. Unless this mod values Navy offense and defense a little bit more, which to be fair, it might. But even then, yeah. Someone says team 1, 3, 2, and 4 in order of strength. Well, I don't know about that. I kind of like team 4. Well, that's fair enough. Having a lot of population is considerably valuable, and the only country... So in order of population, the most populous countries are EIC, which has an artificial nerf that I'm not sure how I feel about it. I kind of think I don't like it as a nerf. Oh, they have so many loyalists. Jesus. But what they have is they are only allowed to build up to 60 universities, and they start behind a little in tech. We do see them going straight away for percussion cap, which is a bit of an interesting choice. But I think that what they are doing is they are trying to ensure that they have the most mil-tech possible by the end kind of date. Because... is this a new PM? Oh, they have new mobilization options. Maybe as a result of this mod, let's maybe take a look at that. But I would have expected to see general staff. And also maybe percussion cap has something to do with the EIC's flavor, you know, in terms of beef tallow on their ammunition. But I was thinking that he was looking to spread general staff because general staff's already been researched, but so is percussion cap by everyone. But let's maybe take a look at some of these mobilization options. Notably, let's see, suppressing this movement, bolstering this movement is the EIC, but let's take a look at some of these PMs that will kind of decide some stuff. So we see firearms, and percussion cap is going to give a little bit additional offense, defense, and kill rate. We see rifling is going to give a little bit in terms of PMs. Wow, there's so much access to percentage modifiers here. That is very interesting because the percentage modifiers stack additively. And I do know that the mod also nerfs bankruptcy, but one of the biggest penalties of bankruptcy is offense and defense penalties, right? You will not have that big a penalty if you just stack a bunch of the modifiers. Let's see, rations. Local foraging, simple rations, morale recovery. Okay, this is not a multiplicative modifier anymore with things. Uniforms, which makes sense. Everyone likes to be nice and dapper, as it were. Supplies, basic supplies, a percentage modifier. Almost certainly not worth using anything but basic supplies, I have to imagine. Because this multiplicatively increases the goods cost, and this additively increases goods cost. And so you really don't want to stack these together. So imagining nobody uses extra supplies in this mod, that just seems like a little bit of a mistake. Although plus 10% is less than the normal rate. Maybe you do it for the final war. We see wine being added over here. Transportation... Reconnaissance looks very much the same. Balloon reconnaissance is apparently very strong. We might see some power blocks go for that, especially with 6 slots. We might see some of that action here. So, advanced research out of that block. We see this block is also going advanced research. Also advanced research. Skipping construction. Expecting to see a lot of that. The Ottoman Empire is going to dissolve at some point. I assume that we don't really know which one is going to unify Team 4. We see Spain and USA, but they do have to all be in the same block. And I guess they're probably going to join USA's. The company throughput bonus. I don't know. I hope they nerf being in default with these additive numbers. You mean buffed being in default or made being in default worse? What drink is that? It is bleach. Yes. Shout out. Gotta clean out the insides, you know? Flush the tank for the new year. About how long is the game intended to go for the tournament? Each session is supposed to go 4 hours, and there's supposed to be 3 sessions. Everyone always clicks everything. Modifiers of professional army institution is crazy. Ooh, let's take a look. Professional army institution. There was some discussion. Minus mill goods, this type of stuff. I guess we should click on someone with professional army. But these are like weird balance idiosyncrasies that I don't know if I just generally agree with or not. We see that... Oh, there's not an institution. Are you just saying the pro army here just synergizes with what you're doing? More barracks levels. Decreased morale loss. More experience weekly gain. Is this more than vanilla? I know they generally have a bonus. I know there's some discussion of mass conscription versus pro army, which one's better. Damn, I love that. 12 hours is enough time to have a proper Vic 3 game. I agree. And a lot of this right now is them ecoing up. And currently, as we take a look at it, Team 3 and 4 just has more construction. So I think having a lot more construction is really advantageous. I mean, Team 1 is gonna... Well, actually, the catch-up mechanic, the primary catch-up mechanic for popping off just isn't present as well. They're playing in a mod that removes this. Oh, it doesn't remove it. It changes the value. It changes it back to the old value, I suppose, is what it looks like. So if you're under 10 million... well, no, it doesn't even do that. These guys are receiving a bonus, but the UK was being modified by 1x. So Canada will be able to construct a little bit extra. They're having a little bit of trouble draining their investment pool. They've paused construction to try and keep the investment pool draining. They really need to start getting their unification events going. It'll be curious to see what... so this will start once nationalization's researched. So I think that it's perhaps the case... Well... I mean, if you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it. Do we have any infamy on Lower Canada, my guys? Is someone helping them across the finish line in wars? I think this is a miss if they're not. Oh, can't we hover diplomacy to see their... Okay. No, there's 0 infamy. Because, I mean, their problem is lack of, like, anything, but that problem can be rectified really quickly. You know, by going for South Africa. No one has gone for South Africa yet. Can they not keep Zilver in? I'll probably have more principles, right? The entire team has to be in one block by a certain date. I think it's like 1850 or something. What do you think is going to be the first PvP war? Well, I think that... Here's the thing. I think that... I think PvP is bad early on. You would rather... like, if you could choose between fighting someone over a victory point for 5 to 10 years, or... having an additional 100 to 200 construction, I think you would prefer the construction. We see Russia is starting to go in on the universities in Tambov. Interesting location to decide to build the universities. They are building EOS style, that is economies of scale. But I don't know why they've chosen here. We also do see the mod giving education access here. I guess it's half a point of education access per level. But it's not like Tambov is the most populous state, so I'm not sure exactly what the idea is. It's a little bit curious. PvP war are banned until 1846, with the exception of piggybacking on top of a war. Yes. Or you can't engage in direct player conflict, is what it said. My understanding is you could side in a war, but I don't think it's worth... like, Russia goes for Persia, right? I don't think it's worth Team 1 throwing themselves at Team 3 just to prevent this, because if two teams fight, both those teams lose in the long run, or the long-term kind of consideration, which is, I think, what the players have to play for right now. Super Germany, please. Well, let's see what Austria is doing, because Austria, they're going for skirmish right now, but when they're on skirmish, Prussia's already going to have breach. Prussia opened with breach. As they just, like, they opened the game, and they clicked breach. I don't even know, oh, they did get water tube, but they went water tube straight into breach. And so, I think, and I'm pretty sure the rule set is no one else can interfere. This is just a 1v1. So, when enough of these German states get nationalism, I think that's the trigger that allows this to happen for them. They just go for the German leadership, and they get a pretty big Germany. Journalists explaining why war is bad, basically. We were doing that in an earlier stream, too, today. Which is why our voice is a little bit shot, because we already streamed for like 4 hours. But this looks good for Team 4. Like, things are like ramping. Players are making choices. We see Brazil going absolutely bananas. This is the second, like, clapping that Brazil has done. AI Brazil, what's going on with you? They side with Uruguay. It was actually Argentina who started that fight. We do see corn laws has been achieved for Prussia as well. Everyone's kind of getting their corn laws in. They also have springtime of the people. German national identity is afoot. So they are ramping up. I'm thinking we do get one of these wars in terms of we get to see the German war. Why you guys migration controls? Why not better economy? He's going for migration controls? That seems wrong. See laissez-faire out of this guy here. Let's take a look at what USA is up to. USA doesn't believe in the outliner. They actually, like, dismiss their outliner. Shout out. Ain't got time for that. They are building a bunch of iron mines, though. Man, they've queued up a lot of stuff. A lot of logging camps, though. Gonna be strong. We dismissed our outliner. No, it's not. National Guard here for the UK. I do think National Guard is going to be particularly good. Conscription rate is going to be hard to come by. And is going to be quite strong. I wonder if... let's check the law situation in EIC. They are getting laissez-faire as well. Very nice. All the players kind of moving on to laissez-faire. I don't hate staying on extraction economy, though. Just kind of making the decision, because extraction economy actually doesn't delete money. You just get a lot of less investment pool contribution. Oh no, wait, this is efficiency? It used to be just straight contribution. I wonder if it's the mod that's changing that, or if I'm just going crazy. Thank you for the two... Thank you for the 2 weeks prime. Easy Team 3 win from Suez. Thank you so very much. Lemon Sticks, thank you for the follow. Big nice. I just wanted to thank you for your tutorial videos for Vic 3. I just started playing around and found your videos extremely helpful in breaking down the game. You're very welcome. Empiricism's unlocked. Speaking of empiricism, we did see Japan actively researching that earlier. Let's see what Japan's doing in terms of the research situation. Brazil MVP, basically. Japan is going for Atmo Engine into Central Archives. Do like Central Archives here. They are natural spreading line infantry. They are going to militarily be a liability for their team overall, but they did go for empiricism relatively early. And are they cooking up a bunch of universities is perhaps a question we can ask ourselves. They don't have a lot of construction. Base construction in the mod is 25, so this means they're paying for 75 construction, not too much. But let's take a look at some of their buildings and see, what are you doing in terms of university? They have 15 universities. Oh, they're spreading them out. Gross. We don't like that. It is giving education access, though. But the thing is that throughput... Oh, well... They are also using the decree that makes them better. I suppose when you're applying the decree, it gets a little bit better to spread them out. That is, they are giving the ones that gives university throughput. But I believe, I would not be shocked if it rounded, because paradox math, in which case you would want to build it exactly units of 5 universities if you're getting 20% throughput. That way you round up on the education access. Something like this. This is very sensible for them to just try and play technological catch-up here, as they also try and eco up and, you know, kind of improve what's going on. Let's see how... I mean, the way the players treat these unique edicts is maybe going to be a little bit interesting. So we see a whole bunch of... Yeah, in here we see a whole bunch of these decrees. I think that these are along the lines of... Well, it's not the most... Is it the most populous states that are receiving this treatment? Perhaps. Oh, most of them are receiving this tax capacity. So they've gone into all the places that have negative tax, and they've looked to bring that up. And then also in Tabalov and Yaroslav, they have done stuff. Really kind of, they're putting a lot of attention in here. Did they move their capital here? Did they move their capital at all? They did move their capital into Tula, which of course has the most logging in the game. Logging potential of 72. Kind of interesting here. But yeah, they're doing... Well, they're floating a bunch of excess bureaucracy. I don't think I like this if you're floating a bunch of excess bureaucracy. But the education access in high population states certainly makes sense. Russia's very spread out, though, is the problem. If we, like, hover population, it's like, you know, in terms of their overall population, it's quite spread out. They're going to not benefit from edicts as hard as the UK is. UK in their edicts is also using a bunch of these. Looks like they are going for the education one. And migration. A ton of migration edicts. That is interesting. YouTuber viewer to Twitch viewer ratio is crazy. Yeah, so most of the people are on YouTube. Most of the people are on YouTube. Russia should move their capital to Perm. I don't know if they can move it to Perm anymore, but the capital more inland definitely seems like something you want to be doing. Although each team can only do 1 naval landing per, strategic region. I don't know how I feel about this over construction, but maybe I'm missing something about what the strategy is here. They do have mass migration attraction. Where is it from? The thing is players now have to, it's from Circassia. Players now have to compete for migration. But the thing is like, outcompeting the USA is going to be extraordinarily difficult if you're competing for the mass migration attraction. But, I mean, it looks like the UK is winning on that front, or Great Britain. So, maybe Great Britain is, this is the way they're going to do it, because it's kind of winner-take-all-ish. And it's just, if the USA wanted to try and win this game with you, or versus you, I think they would just win it. So let's see what's going on here with the USA decrees. Looks like they're going for pollution effects reduction, birth rate mortality. I don't like this at all. You should just go for more migration. I don't think I like that. I like the construction efficiency. I do like the construction efficiency. I have to imagine it's not worth it relative to... I think you'll just get more pops pulling in the migrants. You just put more migration edicts in, like, Virginia, Illinois, wherever. But the thing is, like, the mass migrations are winner takes all. It's based on an average of migration attraction in your entire country. And so the fact that, you know, you're getting bonked by the UK or Great Britain as a result of this. So, yeah, spreading out would make the BAPI prices better if you've got the decree anyway. Well, UK is a little bit more concentrated than Russia, so they can go for it. The decree is not edicts. Shake my head. The truth hurts. They are decrees. That is right. So, I'm not sure I'm on board with the way they're handling it, but they do get the very early public health care. I mean, USA is going to pop off really a whole ton in population growth. Another reason why I kind of don't like going for like additive modifiers, you know, related to population growth is if we here, let's find a really depopulated state. We can show like another one of the reasons why we're a little bit less on board is there's a modifier for pop growth in a state for there being them being pretty underpopulated, sparsely populated. And USA gets a ton of these modifiers. If you get extra birth rate or minus mortality, like on top of this, it's like proportionally like not as good as just getting a new migrant and putting them in there and then having your already high birth rate, death rate ratio apply to them. You know what I mean? In terms of the decree, although like maybe I'm splitting hairs, maybe the correct thing is to focus on getting more pops, and maybe he's also not aware that he is losing mass migrations to the UK here, or Great Britain rather. Let's take a look at Austria. We haven't really taken a look at anything that Austria is doing, and so Austria with the decrees, they research nationalism. That was not active research. But they're going for education access / Tall in Boho. Have they moved their capital to Boho? Capitals are not allowed to be taken. They have moved their capital to Boho. And so they are just full stacking in the capital. I think this is fine. I think if you were really building a lot in the capital, which they are for the extended period of time because they're uni kind of building here, it's going to be really good. And I also do like the you know, university throughput on top of the throughput from economies of scale, applying a lot of that to the university. This seems like pretty heads up. So I don't really have any complaints regarding the Austria player here. They are going for this. They might already have universities here in Austria. They start out with, I don't know if they start out with this many universities in Austria, but giving the throughput to the unis does make sense here. They are working on general staff. But I think Prussia by now has completed, I guess they're not completed on breach loaded. I think that they are kind of ramping up here. We haven't taken a look at France. France is running a positive balance with positive investment pool, so they do need to add construction soon. But if we take a look at their decrees, they are running a little bit of more of a modest tall stack here, and then in Brittany they're doing construction, and also in Normandy, which makes a lot of sense. They do get a construction bonus from their unique IGs too. It looks like they aren't happy enough to be getting it. Looks like it's nerfed in this mod, because normally it's 20%, but that's fair enough. I think they also have the nerfed, I think this is also nerfed relative to vanilla, so this makes some sense, though. These are the two most populated states, and so if you're going to be building in them, this seems fine enough. Yeah, oop, that's not how we do that. Birth rate maxing, pop growth maxing. Yeah, but if you just got more pops and then applied your current birth rate, I think you'd get more. All of General's work practicing Rap God really comes in handy for the casting of esports. Yeah, you know, sometimes viewers tell me that I talk too fast, but maybe if they listen a little faster, I wouldn't have to slow down for them to catch up. But, you know, it's just like that sometimes. Let's see what they got in terms of the decrees. I do like this. Maxing across this line seems fine. Looks like they're going for education mainly, some construction as well. This seems fine. It's education and also the tax capacity ones. Kind of expecting to see a lot of tax capacity ones out of the EIC. Although this is kind of a deeper and more difficult thing to understand, this is a free money modifier. Deleting tax waste is a free money modifier, and overall the investment of authority in order to put this in does seem a little bit on the cheap side, so I think this is probably quite strong. We get extra radicals from SOL changes, though. That's an interesting one. See, radicals are a little bit annoying. Looks like they're in fine shape, though. We get the Eastern Powers block formed, and maybe that's going to be... Okay. Russia is reformed. Wait. They weren't military treaty before. Are you allowed to just reform your power block? Well, that makes Sovereign Empire make a lot more sense then. Okay, earlier they went, not Sovereign Empire, but they went to the whatever union, and this makes a lot more sense. But they get to do military treaty without having a primary principle. Okay, but military treaty with, in terms of just what you're getting from it, the training rate is definitely what you want out of any block. So I guess everyone will be going military treaty, but for some players, starting out with the additional throughput maybe makes some sense, which is what USA seems to have chosen to do. Really, a ton of subjects giving... Oh, no, wait, it was just bugged out. Okay, so they've gone and swapped to military treaty after initially going for less stall chance. I'm not sure if I like this from the perspective of effectively sinking 9 years worth of mandate into having a decreased stall chance. That seems like quite a bit of things. Ideological union, yeah. This mod also includes 2 more principles. Yeah, you can have up to 6, which makes additional time getting principles even better. Like the UK. Here, let's. Oop. Oh, can we not scroll? Alright, finally we got to it. The British Empire is on advanced research. I wonder why they only went advanced research 1, but they're going for food standardization. They're going for the SOL here, it looks like. Looks like they also pulled in Belgium here. And their power block is like unambiguously kind of the strongest one, but it's trade league for the throughput. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. We are approaching the point where they can declare wars on each other. It looks like Japan has found its way into the French bloc. Wait, what? Oh yeah, they are on the same team. Okay. So they're all in one block. Well, so a reason to go... Sorry, actually, the reason to go trade league is you do get a unified... you get a unified customs union. This is fine. I think I like this. I think that this is fine. I do think that's maybe less important when you're all adjacent to each other, although it certainly is something when you're all adjacent to each other, but this is going to allow a lot of pops to flow from Japan into the other 2 countries, and also allow Italy to get populated. Looks like all the Italian states are in here. I don't know if how that fares with unification. I think you just have to be in the same block. Or, sorry, customs... Oh! You have to be in the same market for Italian unification, right? Maybe that's the reason they're doing this here. Can Russia release subjects to increase mandate speed? They can. They had so much mandate, and then they threw it all away. And now they have aggressive coordination, but I mean the main thing here is the trading rate. Because you can only put in so many war goals anyways. The amount you're allowed to declare is limited. We see Zolfarin in advanced research, about to have advanced research 3. They generate mandate quite quickly too, and so we're a little bit curious when this leadership war is going to pop off here. But, well, actually, I know when it's going to pop off, right? I think the requirements are met. I think this is going to start in 9 years. Or, sorry, 9 months. Or 8 months because of the mobilization time. And you can see, look at the queue. We're adding military here, so if we look at... this is going to be a 1v1 per the rules. So if we look... and you're not allowed to bankroll your allies. We see 5k in the army power projection. We see 5k, but... Austria, I think, already hit their spike. Did they not? Oh, they're just out from general staff. So they'll be getting general staff when these guys get... Oh, this is going to be close. What do we have here in terms of budget? We have, a positive budget, some investment pool. We have 14 million pops for Prussia. And then the problem is more than double the pops. And Austria's just decided we're not going to spend money. We don't believe in that. Austria probably wins this because they're just going to pull up every. Well, it depends on if both players use their authority well. I think Austria wins this. But if what's going to be really, really powerful is decrees, land conservation, blah, civic suppression, blah. But everyone's going to use military treaty, ideally. For 5% conscription rate. Base conscription rate on professional armies 1%. So this 6x's the amount of conscripts you can get. It also improves training rate quite a lot, which is good for replenishing. And so Austria is just going to have access to like 2.5 times the amount of conscripts. Is going to be the real problem. So I don't think this looks good. I think that the differential in power from Prussia being ahead on tech and having breach loading is not going to be sufficient. I mean, Prussia will have a slight window where they will have shrapnel artillery when Austria doesn't have skirmish. But even with skirmish on Austria, kill rate is just too strong. 40 plus 10% on the company. I don't know. It's an additional 20% kill rate. See, I might be more on board if Austria didn't have this enormous bank. And the fact that there's a defender's advantage. I mean, like, let's take a look at some of the generals here that have been achieved here and see if Austria has tactful generals. If they have tactful generals, it's going to be really bad. Looks like they haven't done too much. They do have one tactful general. +5 flat defense is just absolutely insane, though. So, you know, once you are on skirmish, instead of having a flat defense of 35, you get a flat defense of 40. That represents an enormous increase. And also with this mod, giving a bunch of infantry arm type stuff, flat modifiers are going to be even stronger. But it looks like they're not recruiting any generals. They haven't cycled through a bunch of generals. Looks like, hey, these guys have a bunch of stuff. Army 1, German Army, Poland Navy. Poland Navy? Is the Polish Navy men? I suppose it is. And it looks like they are going... It's on last stand. Defender, defender. All offense. Expert offensive. Oh, I forgot about this guy. You do have this guy. He's got some health problems. I don't know if he starts with kidney stones. I don't think he does. That kind of sucks. But the plus 20% offense. We also have offensive planner, offensive planner, offensive planner. They've really organized this out. This is offensive. An offensive sectioned out for conscripts. Looks like we don't have pillage on them. But German national identity was finished. And so now... Ooh, they're also hitting laissez-faire, though. I didn't realize that. Laissez-faire is much better if you don't have what this mod does, which is removes... Well, actually, the investment pool multipliers in. So that actually is going to be really good. Or they're about to get it. I mean, they also have the support from the other princes. Kill rate increase before the first ad PM is a big deal. Moravia is still alright. Would it cripple Austria, though? Maybe worth. It's to defend against naval invasions. No, it's because Poland's navy is men. Yeah, is mobilization edict changes the mod? It's not. The pillage kill rate? Yeah, pillage has a big kill rate. Pillage is quite strong. I don't know if... What is he using on these guys? He's just using advance on these guys, it looks like. But this guy could be using pillage. He's currently not. Probably be a little bit of an improvement here. A little bit of tension here. I mean, I'm still assuming... Well, so he actually should do it now. He should declare right now, Prussia, because you still have 100 days before the war starts. And, I mean, he won't get to recruit everything up, but the deck should go through now. He might just be doing last-minute preparation. He probably wants to finish out his queue. I mean, he keeps on adding more. Yeah, here comes the eco behind. So maybe once these barracks is finished, he starts. He should, in theory, declare it right away. USA doing colonizing quite well. we maybe have a little bit of a construction comparison amongst these three teams before these wars break out. So let's take a look. Great Britain. Great Britain on 300 construction, popping off quite nicely, running a nice negative balance, effectively at plus 20k when you add these together. We see 160 from the EIC, so total 460 on their team. And then Canada, looks like they've annexed a little bit of somebody, is at 50. So I think it was that 410? Something like that for Team 1. Team 2 is France. To be fair, France has a bit of a bonus. They get plus 10% from their Industrialists. France is at 20%. We see 125 for Japan, so that's for 325 total. And Italy, which is kind of coming up quite good, 325. We see an additional 135, so that's 460. So Team 2 is pulling ahead in the construction, ahead of Team 1. Let's check Russia. Russia's at 250 on, that team is on 250 on Russia. We'll add these dice together to make it 400 because they were on 260 basically, and then Ottoman Empire is going to be on 73, so 470, around the same as Team 2. And so let's see if Team 4 is any different. Looks like we do also have, oh no, Egypt siding with Oman against Great Britain. That's kind of a nothing, or is it? So this represents an opportunity for. That's big. Great Britain might go for one of the war goals here. But we have USA with 160. Prussia, which had 130 last we checked, and I'm sure is not adding any, so 300. And then Spain is going to be on 100. So the weakest is Team 4 and then Team 1. And then Team 2 and 3 are roughly speaking tied in their construction. Is it a mistake to even rush skirmish? They might lose anyways. It's kind of an arms race thing, where at least Prussia is forced to rush shrapnel. Well, Prussia needs to start the fight. I think are they gonna start as soon as they get this? They might start as soon as they get this. Prussia wants to get North Germany right now before others can intervene. I think that it's always a gentleman's 1v1 per the rule set. But they start off with a tech advantage. And it'll be interesting to see if we see this come through. Also interesting is going to be this Omani war, because we do see a little bit of a sneaky. Is UK is going for a war, a victory point here. They're going for a victory point in Sinai. For those of you who just kind of come to the stream, and they're going for 2 victory points. This is so big for Team 1 because Crete specifically is going to be very difficult to peel off of the UK. It's going to be difficult to peel off the UK, it's going to be difficult to peel off of Japan, and it's going to be difficult to peel off of USA. I think this is the big weakness of Team 3, is they're always going to have a ton of fronts that you can push into a capital, and they don't have a single island team or island team member with which to, kind of hide the sausage. And UK, if they get Crete, they'll be able to hold on to it. They're going for 2 things here, and I think that nobody notices because this is a play on Oman, and so nobody else sides in. This is going to be 2 victory points going over to Team 1. Now, this is going to make Team 1 very spooky, so you're putting your target on your back, and so this is going to greatly change the texture of like the entire game, I think, because Team 1 is going to look scary. I think that I'm not saying that this is great for Team 1. I'm saying it's huge because this is going to change the way that players play. And so I do think that this is big. France is best. Team France is going to win. I think their team looks real weak. Great Britain's going to be too much of a big bad, though. They will be targeted hard by other teams. Yeah, I think that this is exactly the problem. I think you go for Crete and at least try and hold on to Crete. I think maybe you look to give Sinai to another team, though. I think that this is the strategy, because I think with Great Britain, you are really hard to enforce on as Great Britain. If you hold on to Crete, you just look to hold on to it till the end of session 3. And I think that this is, Sinai can be pushed, especially by Team 2, going through Tripolitania, and Team 3, through the Ottoman Empire. They will have fronts with which they can push to Sinai, generally speaking. But we do see the war. We see it kick off here for German leadership. It's between two players here. They are only allowed to go for... Is this a rule break? I think they're not allowed to conquer any other states. I guess they're allowed to go for war reparations and humiliate. We do see it go in. And we will see the relative balance of power. Very curious to see. The thing is Prussia waited. So we are going to see a situation where Prussia is probably not going to have an advantage in terms of predicted power. Their predicted power is at 9k, and here we have a predicted power. Oh, it's still 5.5k? Have they not swapped to skirmish? They've swapped, but they're still recruiting up. Alright, fair enough. So the question is the kill rate going to carry it? Also, we see as they start to mobilize, these companies become prosperous, so we're going to see the additional kill rate, railway throughput. They also have in army offense. Let's see if Austria has any companies in for that. No, they do not. Prussia notably has a company slot that they're not using. I do believe Prussia has another unique company, and maybe they're holding out for that company, and maybe that's what their ammunition production is about. I do believe there is another Prussian... yeah, this is the one. Shrapnel artillery offense. Why can they not establish it? They need to have automatic machine guns. Well, they're not going to have that anytime soon, so I guess we don't need to worry about that as a consideration. Huge war. Kill rate carries battles. Kill rate does carry battles, but here's the thing. Austria can just fight defense. Austria doesn't need to push in here and enforce on all these other subjects and then look to change things. What is this? What is this? No one's... Oh, this is no good. This is no good. This is no good. You're not using any of this. So a big reason why I felt that Austria had an advantage here had to do with the fact that they had 2.5 times the population and they were going to leverage so much more from conscripts, and they had this enormous pool to draw from. But if you're not going to use your military training, this training rate is absolutely huge for not only recovering from the kill rate, but also bringing up your conscripts faster, in addition to having 6x the amount of conscripts. If they're not going to use the edict, it's not going to... I don't know. And Prussia's using an edict. Prussia's going to win. I know you guys are going to say, oh, generalists, I told you so. I was operating under different sorts of assumptions that both players would immediately swap to a full scrape of the bottom of the barrel in military training. And it looks like, okay, Prussia's half scraping the barrel here with 5 conscription edicts. But with that, they will have far more conscripts as well as having better military. And they already have an advantage on the front. You know, Austria should be on all defensive. It looks like they probably are on all defensive, but they have nowhere near the conscript level that Prussia has, because Prussia has 2.5 times, Prussia has like 40% of the population of Austria, but they're 6xing their conscript level with these edicts, and it's just an absolutely huge one. And so I feel like morale loss is more important, and you should try and mitigate that. Morale loss is important, but like once you already have a lot of it, it becomes less important. I think Austria doesn't have the infra to even use the conscripts in battle. You can't bankroll your teammates. No, yeah, you can't bankroll your teammates. This is a very important and critical thing. Yeah, Austria's just gonna get rolled, but like they needed to. You can't import ammunition. I wonder if anyone's embargoing them, because I assume other teams are maybe a little bit aggressive about embargoing. Looks like we don't see any embargoes, but for example, if I'm, depending on which team I want to win, like, if I'm a third-party team that has ammunition, I do things a little bit differently, you know what I mean? But this is, you can't... I was operating on the assumption that Austria was dropping every single usage of their authority for like 10 of these military trainings, and was just going to absolutely... They're on positive money right now, right? That they would just absolutely full throttle this, and that's they haven't made any adjustment towards fighting the leadership war. So of course, you know, Prussia should not be fielding an army that's 50% larger than Austria, and they are, because they're actually using the conscription stuff. So yeah, Austria's getting rolled here, and this is gonna be a big one. Austria couched army, yeah, they are on the couch. Oh. Yeah, this too. But independent of this, Austria is still losing. Sorry guys, my double stream day. And this is exciting. Meanwhile, look what's happening to Egypt, guys. So, Egypt's absolutely getting throttled. We see, is this an annexation? What is this? Oh, Egypt's also fighting the Ottomans while they are fighting the British. You know what's really incredibly awkward is, well, I mean, they're going to enforce on Egypt. If they had a way to keep Egypt in the war forever. Wait, what's this? Okay, it's just bug. Visual bug. Boho. There's the North German Fed. Looks like they might have capped early. But now, they had like 14 million pops. Now they are up to 23 million pops. So that's like a 60% increase in population. Quite a big jump in GDP. Really, really strong. Very fantastic for Team 4. Their construction's up to 135. And Team 4 is looking really good right now. You know, off the back of that, obviously. To be fair, even if they lose, they get to form North German Fed, but now they're going to get to form Germany as well. So they are going to get Bavaria, which Bavaria has some really good states in all this as well. So, easy claps, basically. And then we see the other easy claps for Team 1. So Team 1, and why don't we see who people think is winning right now? Let's take a little bit of a poll. Who is winning? This will be on the YouTube. For those of you on the Twitch, if you wanted to vote. Because otherwise it'll just get lost in chat forever and ever. But, you know, pretty big changes for both Team 1 and 3. Team 1 has acquired 2 of the victory points. There is still 2 of the victory points up for grabs. The final victory point is controlled by Team 4 in the Belarus. And Team 4 gets the North German formation. And so this is pretty big as well. Yo, General Gaming fun fact. What? I don't know, France versus North Germany is not fun. Yeah, but you have Japan and Italy. I mean, I think this is also a 1v1 as well. I can't remember if there's a gentleman's 1v1 in this. But if we take a look, I don't think France has shrapnel, dog. You rush shrapnel. I can't remember the rule set. But you know, they should just go for this now. And it looks like France is hitting the oh shit button, right? And they're adding a bunch of barracks. Look at that. They're not making an adjustment. Military. Oh, sorry, just kidding. France already has breach loading. Okay, France is probably fine. Are they being sneaky? No, they're not being sneaky. That would have been cute. If they intentionally kept on mobile until they get decked on for Germany. That would have been very cute. But yeah, laissez-faire means the subject can do it by itself, kind of. Economy invests. Is this the fun fact? Laissez-faire means the subject, do it by itself, kind of like the economy invests in itself. How it does with pronunciation is laissez-faire. Yeah, laissez. I know I pronounced it right. No, France didn't choke. We thought they choked. I don't know how they have it already, and they've already done this other stuff too. It seems like they've gotten way more tech. Because, like, Prussia just, like, literally, like, beelined it. So, they can't do war since 1856, like PvP wars. There are a couple exceptions, I think... Oh, you know, maybe they can't even declare this war yet. Maybe that's part of it. One of the exceptions is you can do the North German, or you can do the German leadership war. Team 1 and 2 should work together to make Confed. That'd be an interesting trick. I think they'd rather just avoid the war than showing their power level instead of being sneaky. I agree. That's definitely better. You don't want to really fight these wars. I don't know if they have a score on... I think their scoring starts in 6 years, will be the first score pulse. But currently, the lead is being held by Team 1. Let's think what you guys think about who's winning. So you guys think it's between Team 1 and 4. I'm kind of inclined to agree, except for I think Team 1 has a little bit of a target on its back. I think Team 4 is just in extraordinary shape right now. The problem with Team 4 is that it's got a lot of stuff all over the place, and so convoys to bring these guys over, can be a little bit tough, this type of thing, but they are in the trade league, and so this will allow them to, you know, the Coalition of States is a trade organization, and this will, in the long run, get Convoy's contribution to owner. If they decide to go behind the USA here and work on that, then that'll work out for the USA being able to put troops in Spain. Hi Y, 50, thank you for the follow, big nice. You know, we have Spain here and we have Prussia here, so the Team 4 really gets to touch everyone. But the thing is all they have to do is protect the bag. I would really love to see Spain transfer Belarus to the USA. I think the USA can defend this easier than Spain, and they'd want to do this before 1850. And I think that, you know, we do have, a big-looking Canada here. A big-looking Canada. It looks like nationalization was researched here. They are on now 60 construction, starting to come up. Their GDP is really cranking up. You can see the 2 unifications that have already happened. Canada notably just has a ton of resources, not a lot of population. I wonder if the USA has noticed yet that they're losing this game, this population game, to the UK or Great Britain. Mass migration attraction. Looks like they're losing it to France to some extent. Or, sorry, not France, Canada. What's Canada doing on its edicts? Let's take a look. Or, sorry, decrees. We have to select them, of course. Looks like they are using migration attraction. And Canada notably doesn't have a lot of states. So that's going to effectively increase their ability to run to the top of the ladder with this. I don't know if I like 2 of the team members fighting each other for this. Looks like we're still running migration attraction, and looks like the players tend to really value this edict here. They're really trying to maximize, interesting, their pop growth by end date. Now, I didn't like it when the USA was doing it because they weren't already winning the migration game, but they're playing for both migration and pop growth. That's really big. America's going to get all of South America. Do teams get point every years for holding them? Yes, they get them every year, every 10 years for holding the location, and also they get 5 times at the very end of the 3rd session. So I think over half of the victory points are going to be in the 3rd session. So I think that the metagame is to be more focused on ramping than necessarily focused on this other stuff. Also, I think 44 is the cutoff. Now they can declare in Southeast Asia, and we do see a Southeast Asia declaration. America's going to get all of South America. I can already see it. Let's take a look at what's been done down here. Looks like France has picked up some. Isn't that against the rules? Oh, they haven't subjugated them. They've just power blocked him. Dog. France with the moves. Fascinating. Well, they look the same color, but they're not the same color. Fascinating. So France is just like prioritize actually being able to pull people into the block. And to be fair, the presence of 6 principal groups actually makes Trade League a little bit better, now that I think about it. Because you're not going to cap out your principles as fast, and the fact that you can be in on 100 cohesion much easier is going to become a much better. And also, the let's call it a penalty of being forced to do internal trade is not that substantive in light of the fact that you aren't going to be crimped on slots. And so, yeah. Canada gonna get 100 million. Is there somewhere you can check the rules? We do have the rule set in here. We'll just link it in the chat. Oh, it's hot in here. Can't open my window because it's smoggy out there. Is this vanilla or modded? It is modded, but not too tremendously modded. If Team 3 are you worth letting Team 4 form North German Confederation if you don't have to fight a very expensive war? Well, they went through the motions of kind of getting ready for that war anyways. They just shouldn't have gotten ready for it. They shouldn't have researched skirmish just to do this. Is Team 1 Great Britain this whole time? And his subjects? No, just 2 subjects. Just EIC and Canada. Just EIC and Canada. But we are seeing them go for Siam. Let's check infamies. I feel like some people have been a little naughtier than others. So, UK is on 50. EIC is on 19. If you're not using your decay, remember you're losing it. Canada's on 0, and I think they've been on 0 the whole time, which is a little bit of a mistake. We're on 0 for France. I don't think anyone's taken South Africa either. I think the players are just very focused on just slow eco development. In the rule set, we do see 0 infamy on Japan as well. Japan is notably allowed to expand into Manchuria, so I think France should have handheld Japan into taking Manchuria earlier, I think, when France fought them. And we do see, yeah, Russia's acquiring infamy. I don't like this being on 0 infamy. Ottomans are acquiring infamy. Austria, I think, is on 0 infamy. Prussia, I think, is probably on 0 infamy. Yeah, USA has probably got some. They don't. Players not properly utilizing their infamy decay here. Spain's got a little bit. But looks like they're mainly just trying to stay in their lanes. To be fair, the very juiciest expansion spot is banned. Yeah. Do you think we'll see freedom of movement? With 6 slots? Absolutely. I think we'll see it out of USA. I think it would be a huge mistake to not go freedom of movement USA. We see food standardization seems to be a little bit more on people's radars. USA is not generating enough. USA just like super ball drop, I think, here, not going for these guys earlier. I mean, they could go for them now. They're just in the block. France might defend them, but US just needs to build more ships than France, and then they can land them. Looks like the US is building ships. US has 180 ships. This is way above the starting ships. France has only got 100 ships, so US can force the issue, and probably should force the issue. I really think looks like they've pulled Brazil into the block. Maybe that's why they're holding back, is so that they can diplomatically do it, pull people into the block, but you just go in there and you slap them around. You don't have much of a reason to not go to war. Which team is the Rats? The Rats. No one yet. So, Franco-Prussian War is a gentleman's 1v1 in the rules? Okay. So in that case, I wouldn't hate North Germany going for it sometime soon. They are going public health insurance. These guys seem to very much value population growth, which makes a ton of sense because you don't have access to the Chinese pops like a normal game. Looks like they're going for repeaters. Now remember, repeaters in this mod is going to give this breach locks as a mobilization option, which is going to give extra offense and defense. So it looks like they're looking to hit another tech timing window here. These guys, France, not going for anything like that. And I think this was also researched by... might have been researched by Prussia. So Prussia's getting ready for it. Prussia's getting ready to go for it. The question is, how much is Alsace-Lorraine worth? And it looks like... oh, baby. I'm making noises at the company. They have a company slot too, so if they take Alsace-Lorraine while it has the company there, they will just get the entire company. That is huge. Look at all the stuff that's owned in France there. That represents an extremely large portion of ownership. Weekly balance plus 34k. That is massive if France wins this war. If France wins this war, this will be so... Or sorry, if you... Actually, whoever wins this, this is a really big deal. This is such a big portion of the economy that is contained right here. Is Tanzimat still a thing of this? I think so, but I'm not sure. So, generals, you need some napkins? Dude, I need a towel is what I need. You know what I mean? I think I made a mess. Look, Alsace-Lorraine was already a really good state. Really unfortunate for France, because they haven't built a lot in Alsace-Lorraine, but they have a company headquarters here. So, they need to not lose that. And all Germany needs to do is pip that, and then they'll get the full unification. You know they're going for it. Big Daddy Tyrone. He's... France is going to be calling him Daddy by the end of this war. This looks... I mean, he's researching repeaters. He's looking to hit a timing window. I mean, I guess I just don't know how big a timing window he's looking to hit. Mech workshops. Looks like he shifted around the decrees a little bit, but he's building up in Rhone because he has the idea. Well, okay, I think he's probably made Rhone his capital as well, but he's got the idea. You know, you're not allowed to take players' capitals, so it's better to build up there. Notably in the rule set, you're not allowed to make Alsace-Lorraine your capital, which incidentally I think is actually the best capital state for France because it's the only state that has this mappy bonus, and so yeah. If you take the land, the company goes with it. That's right. That's right. If there's a company headquarters, you get the whole thing, as long as you have a slot. Now, NGF might make a mistake and create their own company, but if they don't, they can take over this HQ. Which has 42 levels, dude. It also has 10 of the levels in Rhone. Brutal. It has the levels in the capital. That's like insult to injury. You can see what others are researching. I'm in observer mode, so I can see everything. I can see what everyone's doing. But, I'm really curious to see if we just see another war as soon as the timing window, like, hits. Because, right, that's all we have to do. Oh. We need PanNat. What's the status on that? Not yet achieved. Interesting, interesting. Let's take a look at Japan, so everyone can be happy. Because if there's one thing we know people want, it's Japan content. Let's take a look at what they're doing with their decrees here. Still doing kind of the education focus. Do we have a little bit of an economic summary here? Looks like it's mostly in Kanto. Are they building tall here? They do have the... Okay. Looks like they got foreign investment from someone. Who's that? From their ally in Italy. They got some foreign investment. I think I'm okay with that. They haven't really built up in Tohoku. Are you still on Iron Frame? You're on Iron Frame. Where are these construction sectors? All in Kanto. We're all in Kanto. Okay, fair enough. We're all in, and we are going to be building these up. I don't know how I feel about the fishery. I mean, they're in a unified market, so going the fishery and then just overbuilding the fish maybe can make some sense. These are the very best for depeasanting. But you're quickly going to run into not being able to utilize it very much. See, throughput's really good on the fishing. It's real good. And building it's real good. It's just you can only build so many fish things and then you're done. What does Team 2 do if that happens? It's a big swing for an already weaker team. Yeah, I think Team 2 is in really bad shape. I think if Team 2 doesn't recognize that they lose that 1v1, then they need to do something about it. Can he not just use the return state Casus Belli? He can. He has to keep a company slot open for the entire time while he does. Is China off limits? China is off limits. Otherwise, all the players would just be splitting up China. Or China is mostly off limits. You can take treaty ports. So we did see a very early treaty port from France. I'm a little surprised not to see other treaty ports. Japan is allowed to take Manchuria and Korea. I'm quite surprised to not see any sort of hand-holding on behalf of, Japan. Like, France can beat up Qing very easily. France should just beat up Qing to hand all this to Japan, especially because there's an enormous amount of gold here. This is how you should be opening here when you have France on your team. France gets its own share of infamy. To be fair, these guys are not they're not utilizing their infamy, really. None of these guys have, Great Britain has infamy, Russia has infamy, and Ottomans have infamy, and then that's kind of it. And Ottomans' infamy is part of their, they're being, railroaded. Let's actually see if they have, Tanzimat. I think that they do. They do have Tanzimat. This is in full swing, and they're doing... Are they going for education reform? You don't want to take too many states because of suppressed separatism and urbanization. They're going to get Reclaim Egypt. I mean, they're in fine shape for finishing Tanzimat. Once they do that, they'll be in much better shape. Let's see what they've researched, actually. Rifling? Yeah. Just a lot of going for Miltech you see by these guys. I wonder what EIC is going. So EIC, I think that I would have loved to see a pump jacks rush by them. I don't think they're doing it, though. They're going general staff and rifling. I think they have just gone full military tech. To be fair, pump jacks is a little down, but the thing is, the reason why I would like, well, I guess maybe not a full rush of pump jacks, but the reason why I would like an early pump jacks, and to some extent an early mech workshops from these guys, is because Great Britain can invest in levels in your country, and so you're effectively buying eco-tech for two countries, but perhaps because they have a 60 university cap, which they are going to right now, per the rule set, they are only allowed to have a level 60. They are only allowed to have 60 university levels, and it looks like they're going to be putting them all in West Bengal here, which definitely makes sense. Fish on Japan OP. There's too many fish. Just use canneries. I mean, it's certainly best on Japan. I would agree. I still think, I don't know if I like it. Russia can take Manchuria. Oh, that's right. Russia can also take Manchuria. So looks like the players, just in general, are a little bit less expansion focused, let's say. But why don't we take a look at the construction level? When we looked at it before, I think it was teams 2 and 3 were just crushing the other two teams in construction. Was that the case? Let's take a look. Let's dive in. We see 370 for Great Britain. EIC is going to have 165, so that's 535. Canada, which is going to be up quite a bit, I imagine is going to bring us to 535 to 615. So 615 for Team 1. Team 2 is going to have 200, although they do get boosted a little bit, plus 170, so it's 370, plus Italy is not yet formed, 370, 470, 530, so a little bit behind Team 1, 615, so with 535. And Team 3, which on paper kind of looks the strongest. Let's see what they're about. We see 260 from Russia, which is not as much as the UK. 160 or 140, 150 from these guys, so let's call it 410. Plus this, which will get them up to 500, so just shy of Team 1. And finally, Team 4, which is probably in the driver's seat quite a bit, and they're building more military. They're going to be going for it soon. 165, but they're prepping for war, so this is maybe not the best metric here. 165. Do we have 165? 165 is Team 165 for a total of 330 on those two. And then let's check up Spain, which probably has over 100. So was this 330, 430, 470? So they're all kind of... Actually, no. Team 4 is way behind in construction. But it looks like they're going for a massive army. I don't think France is... They get mech workshops, 280 or 270 versus 285. So France also added military. They're both prepping a 1v1. The thing is Germany gets to decide on the timing, right? Now, Germany also needs... Germany's just going for more Miltech. They're not going for Pan-Nat. They're just going to let Pan-Nat spread? This is wild to me. They notably ate a penalty to research repeaters. They're eating another penalty to research enlistment offices. Plus 20%. They are going for mass conscription before they go for this. Wow, Weeba. At a certain point, it would have made more sense to research triage, though. I think once you've researched 3 ahead of time texts, you should have actually researched triage instead. Yeah. They can't reclaim Egypt because Britain has Sinai. Oh, big true. That's right. I didn't realize that. Doubled opium output is crazy. The usage on trains. Sardinia looking pretty good. Yeah, I think I would have preferred to see a pump jack rush from EIC. And then EIC be more defensive oriented with its military PMs and look to pick up, trench by the end date, but maybe lose in some other categories. The only thing Team 4 is lacking is a good dye resource. What are you talking about? There's dyes in the USA. There is dyes in the USA, my friend. Significant dye potentials in the USA. USA and Germany will just scale forever. France can convoy raid Germany, though. This is true. This is true. Overseas investment equal to 3%. Oh, that's so neat. Overseas investments equal to 50% of British GDP. That's insane. Nice little UI kind of adjustment on this mod. They only own 73% of their GDP. A huge portion of their GDP is just owned by Great Britain. Big chunk of this is owned by other countries. USA plus based. France equals based. Bruh. I noticed Shogunate has the Intelligentsia in power. How did they manage that so early? Let's take a look at what they have. They did open with state religion. They're still on state religion, and they have, like, extremely high literacy, so this is part of it. They're running a bunch of literacy things. My guess is that they've... Well, they're not super kneecapped. I know that some of these guys will be kneecapped by events. Honorable Restoration, I think, does significantly hurt the Shogunate political strength while it's ongoing. But they're about to finish the Honorable Restoration here, at which point they will get a bunch of claims, but would have loved to have seen National Guard also coming in. The conscription rate's going to be important. Gonna see a lot of mass conscription, National Guard type of things. You know, this increases your conscripts by 50% if you're on personal or if you're on professional army. Food standardization too. Looks like we see another country going for food standardization. France is a little bit behind. Or no, wait, no, they're doing fine. They're cranking out. What the hell? France is like the most ahead in this. Looks like they have gone for militarized industry as well here. With the later militarized industry giving us minus mill goods cost and also balloons, which apparently are a well-liked PM. Coalition of States, these are the guys who are significantly behind. Expecting to see these guys behind as well. They did go Advanced Research 1 into Construction 1. Not sure I'm a fan of that sequencing, but they are all in the block. Zollverein is gone militarized industry, but Zollverein is going to need to... They need to either get in the USA's block or... I think they have to do that by the end of... What's the rule set? There is a requirement that they all be in the same block by a certain period of time. By 1846, team members must join the same block. Power block. Whoa. Let's maybe do a little bit of comment in the chat. And let them know. But also, we're not hosting, so it's not our responsibility to enforce anything. USA will just join Zollverein? Yeah, that will be my assumption. But the block requirement was dropped in the new rule set. Oh, it was? That seems fine then. Okay. I think it's probably better to all be in one block, but that also seems fine. Zollverein is the better block. I think they start with police coordination. I don't think that that's worth going. But it looks like they are valuing not going construction 1, instead getting militarized industry. And to be fair, let's swap to a country that we can actually look at what the block stuff is. Militarized industry 2, I think, actually is useful when you're at war, right? That's where you get the minus mil goods cost. It's at 3 that you get the PM. Where are our balloons? Balloon reconnaissance on mil 3. Interesting. What is this? AI China actually building construction sectors? Wait, what? Hold up. What is this? Are they building them to delete them? No shot AI China's actually doing stuff. I could just be a massive troll right now and take over China, but... Zollverein start with police coordination? Yeah. If they change the rule set, then... Yeah. Wouldn't Spain get a point? Yeah, we're coming up on the point threshold in 3 years. Points will be awarded. Team 1 will get 2 points. And Team 4 will get 1 point. No one's taken Switzerland, Friesland, or... what is the third uncontrolled one? This... Oh, nope. We are all accounted for. Sinai and Crete are both victory points. I really would love to see Spain transfer this over to USA. I don't like this one bit. I think Spain's really easy to enforce on. USA is really hard to enforce on. I think that this transfer would really help them out a lot. We are watching Germany actually add some construction, but they're also adding more munition plants, which means they are expecting to be over. They're also adding good industries. We're seeing no military getting added from France. We're seeing 270 with a pop of 37 million versus 302 and a pop of not 37 million, of 23 million. So France is going to get 50% more conscripts. If they use all their decrees, which is something we were expecting to see from Austria, but we didn't. So this would be a big one. Do you have any idea why France isn't taking any Algerian miners? They subjugated them. But no. To answer your question, the players generally have not been very infamy aggressive. No one has taken the gold in South Africa. No one has taken the gold off of China. No one has taken the gold in Borneo. I think that this is... and, like, people aren't subjugating down here either. So these were pulled into blocks. These aren't subjugations. And so players are dramatically underutilizing their infamy as a resource at this current juncture, especially with Qing. You should just be going... you should on cooldown be treaty porting and like war repping Qing until the Qing has a reasonable looking military. You can only transfer states between teammates with host permission. I thought that you could always transfer a victory point in the rule set, or someone said in the discussion you can transfer victory points. That is an exception to the rule. And Belarus as a victory point would be transferable. Who's the host of this 3v3v3? It is the Discord from the Paradoxical Gaming. Looks like I have a ping that I have achieved from there. Someone pinged me. Well, someone pinged me to say that we're streaming it. 25 base construction makes subjects like Barbary Coast better. Yeah, it makes all these little subjects better. You know, it even makes... North German Fed actually got so much more eco worth of stuff. This is something I guess we didn't really cover, but the minimum construction instead of being 10 is 25. That means that the amount of construction that took place in all these states that he's integrated is enormous. I mean, and we did see his eco go up by quite a bit. What's the point of having more than one Qing treaty port? It's just to get the war reps. You're not allowed to declare like humiliation or nothing wars. You're allowed to declare like, and you're not allowed to conquer stuff in Great Qing. And so because of that, you would have to redeclare more and more treaty port wars. Yeah. China's explained well. If Japan and France jump on Manchuria, then Russia will probably join the other side. I think Russia shouldn't join the other side. They should just deck on Qing themselves. If they attack, because I think you don't get a lot from if two teams fight, it's to the benefit of the other two teams, generally speaking. So rules say you can't go into Africa. Oh, they say you can't go into Africa either. War reps are limited to one time for China. Whoops. All right. Okay, I take it all back. They can't go into Africa? I don't remember that. But that explains not going into this. Still, past a certain date, I think they can go into various other countries, and USA and Spain have both been allowed free kind of reign in South America and haven't gone for it. Hong Kong is Japanese. In the French Republic. It's not Japanese. They do get the natural harbors bonus, which is substantive. We get a baboop. Big nice. Elia Valkyr? Thank you for the follow. Big nice. Is that Elia from the Discord? Feels dank, man, basically. Africa just off limits for certain points of the game. I think it's up till a certain date, a lot of these restrictions are, but, I mean, everyone is in an eco phase. I think this hurts France so much in terms of overall power level. France's power level is really because at the game start, they are the absolute strongest. And so, you know, the not having access to that is a pretty significant, like, loss relative to vanilla. Where are the rules? Who wrote them? Here, we can read. We can just paste the rule set. I think this is this one. That we just have, like, already copy-pasted. Honestly, what's the point of such a rule set? Players can't do anything? Well, I mean, they get something that looks semi-historical. I mean, it's a semi-RP, semi-competitive rule set. You know, like, bricking war goals inside of a rule set is just very unsatisfying for players and viewers. And so, if we host again, we're probably going to have bricking war goals taken out, and we're probably going to have a little bit more paths. This rule set also handles the problem of China. Looks like the Dutch East Indies is trying to land China. The problem of China, because China is just this weird asymmetric force, and it just says, okay, you just can't do stuff with China. Yep, that's me. And so, weird to see this though. Wait. You sneaky dog, you. I thought you could only take war reparations once. There's no shot that they didn't take them in the first war. Is that a rules violation we see? Thoroughly enjoying the rules and forcing a bit of normality on the game. Yeah, as opposed to just like catch and release China. Belgium conquers and releases China at game start instead of that. 1847 now, are they fighting? I don't think we see fights. I haven't seen a fight out of... Well, I mean, let's take a quick look if they were like chomping at the bit to start a fight. I think that fighting is not really... Yeah, fighting another block's not really, I think, to the benefit of your team too much. Especially the more players you introduce, the worse fighting becomes. Because if it hurts your team and it helps all the non-combatant teams. And so when you have 3 teams, fighting's kind of bad. If you have 4 teams, it's even worse. If you have 5 teams, it's even worse. And the more teams you have, the more incentive you have to stay out of fights. But we see Great Britain doesn't seem to be doing anything. Austria's going for Montenegro. EIC, I think, wasn't up to anything. EIC, not involved in a play. Canada's been real quiet. Canada's not involved in any plays. France is maybe helping with Austria and Montenegro. Japan, no plays. Really kind of more of a calm session. These guys, no plays. I'd be curious to see what the 3v... Gumambi, thank you for the follow, big nice. How these guys would fare against some of the players from our 3v3v3, because I don't think they would not generate any infamy. I think that's a substantive difference, but they're also more used to playing on the mod, and I don't know to what degree they're diplo-navigating each other. We see like a ton of infamy on Russia. Russia's going for things. Russia is expanding in a sensible way. What's the balance of power on this? Just for the Baltic governance, okay. And then Austria, we already saw. Ottomans, not really involved. And then Prussia, USA, Spain is the ones we have to check. Not involved in a play. Not involved in a play. Not involved in a play. Although to some regard, I don't think you should mobilize really heavily if you're either France or North Germany. Although France doesn't get to start it. I don't see a 1 war rep rule. Someone said there was a 1 war rep rule on Qing. But if there's not a 1 war rep rule, then they're not rule breaking, obviously. I mean, I think you should go for it on cooldown, kind of with Great Qing, because the cost of the war is going to be less than what you get from the war reps. I feel like there's a middle ground between allowing breaking war goals rule set and something I understand wants some RP. Yeah, I mean, like, I also think... Like, every player is allowed to go for Macron, or like this, and they're not using any infamy, so... It's not listed in the docu-linked. Unleash Connor to do 1v3v3 for your next multiplayer. I don't think Connor wins a 1v3v3. China being off limits is also a rule set in most Vic 2 multiplayer games. It's funny to see it replicated in Vic 3. Yeah, I don't think there's enough skill expression to fighting against 2 people equal size as you, there's like it's like doable in a game like Age of Empires, but like even if you're just like 2 to 3 times as good as someone else, it's really hard to overcome the disadvantage of playing against multiple people, I think, in Vic 3, because there's not much rule for skill expression. Like, the other people have to not know what they're doing. France is cooking. He's trying. Do we see a play? No. Ban on Africa, except for North Africa, is good for historicalness until they actually fix for the base game. Way better than the usual rush for Nigeria. No 1 rule. Interesting. Well, then who said it? I don't remember who said it. I wonder what option they click here. We don't get to see, but yeah, I mean, Great Britain really out ahead with the construction. The thing is you're also carrying Canada on your team. For me, that was the most interesting looking team, was Team 1, because Canada is quite weak, but the other 2 are extremely strong. A bit disappointed to not see Canada really doing stuff, though. China and EU4 is just broken up into several states, so it becomes a Thunderdome between players. Yeah. I mean, I think that happens eventually with Great Qing if you keep on poking it a lot. If every player just keeps on wrecking him for war reps. This is also just an awesome piggyback for Great Britain because they don't have to acquire the infamy because they piggybacked on the Netherlands War. Right? They don't have to declare their own additional treaty port. I'm not even sure if you can get a second treaty port if you already have one. You might not be able to, in which case it makes sense why they would not be doing it on cooldown. Capital state being off limits is interesting. Time to build tall. That's what Austria is doing. That it does seem to be the Austria strat. They've piled everything into boho, which I think is also good. I think this is fine. Team 1 big weakness though, every other team can fight with them simultaneously. The rule set was changed to not have the weird asymmetry where some teams can be dogpiled and others can't, I think. It's that if you have a certain number of victory points, you can get dogpiled. So they changed that part of the rule set, I believe. Now it's based on who's controlling victory points, which, to be fair, they control 2 victory points, so they can get dogpiled. Which is why I think it might have been better just to take only Crete instead of Crete plus Sinai. But we're going to get the first pulse in just a little bit. Austria is just hogging money, though. Austria can pop off so much harder. It looks like they are adding construction. I wonder why they're saving money. I guess maybe, well, they just shouldn't be. But, like, the extra throughput getting applied to the construction sectors is also a little bit bananas. Wait, what's this? Why does Switzerland own everything? Well, they are getting the throughput, but now I'm color me confused. They only own 47% of their buildings. What's the idea here? I don't think I like this. Because the thing is, you control your own PMs, and you can choose not to be an idiot with your PMs. You can't choose to be a PM with an idiot with the overseas PMs. And I mean, they have 28% of their GDP is owned foreignly, so it's kind of like they own collectively 80-something% of their GDP, and maybe they have more buildings as a result of it, but they're also just not spending as much as they could be. I mean, it is a way to drain the investment pool. If your investment pool can't drain, then I like it, right? If there's but usually you're better at draining your investment pool than the AI is. Let him cook? Maybe. Switzerland our player. Is Switzerland a player, or are there only 12 players? No, Switzerland is... Maybe they're planning on conquering Switzerland? Oh, bro, that's next level. If they're planning on conquering Switzerland, I fucking love that if that's the plan. Interventionism strat, I've seen this before. They're going to nationalize a ton. I think the nationalizing isn't worth it. Going to war to nationalize might be worth it. But if they're just planning on annexing Switzerland anyways, if they're just planning on... Maybe this is big brain. If they're just going to annex Switzerland anyways, it's just free real estate. If they go command economy, this is great strat. Yeah, so maybe they're going command economy as well. This could be it. Command economy, notably, is better in multiplayer. Specifically command economy Windows, because command economy does give you the most control over your overall budget. Otherwise you have to spend a ton of it on construction, and so if you're really just like saying I want to go and build 2,000 battalions, command economy is actually better for that. But if they just annex Switzerland, they take all their stuff. The flip side is oh brother. If Switzerland gets taken by France, you're gonna need to call an adult. You're gonna be big sad. How much foreign construction do they have right now in them? Yeah, let's take a look. Oh. Nani? Alright, how much does this actually amount to? 37, 47, 52, 67, 70, 80, 95, call that 100, 120, 130, 145, 160, close to 200. But the flip side is well, actually, they don't have that much outgoing overseas. Interesting. Maybe they are cooking. Maybe they are cooking. Well, you know, other countries having a base construction of 25 makes it easier to get this agreement, and also, if you get this agreement, if you get this agreement with really small powers, they will just dump a ton of money into your economy. So let's actually take a look, a little bit of a closer look. The type of country you don't want to get it in is like Egypt's not a good country, Brazil's not a good country, but really small countries are good. Like Baden is probably straight dumping stuff into their eco. And the base 25 construction makes getting this agreement easier. Like Württemberg is insane, because Württemberg is done building in their own country. So this is just 25 free construction, effectively. So, like, this is like, yeah, it's helped by the AI getting 25 construction. Will this game go far enough for them to get command economy? I think it will. Austria's kind of cooking. I mean, they shouldn't be running this big of a positive balance, but I also don't like it with Brazil and Egypt, I think, or Mexico, unless you're trying to pull them into your block. They do have it with the Ottoman Empire as well. Some of these other ones might be okay. Well, Egypt is eventually getting annexed, right? I guess the ones I like kind of don't like are mainly Brazil and Mexico. But maybe they're trying to pull them into the block or something like this. 25 base construction seems like a really bad change. I think they wanted the power level of the countries to be more flat, and that's why they did that. But is anyone else stacking this? Is this like the meta? No, we don't see it. We see it, they've granted it to Baden, which Baden, of course, makes sense, as we described earlier, because it's just free construction. Are the other players stacking this? Or is this just the way Austria is cooking? I think it's just the way Austria is cooking. I think I half like it. I like some of it. I wish he wouldn't do it with the bigger countries. The bigger countries are liable to build their own stuff and then kind of suck out your investment pool on the net. But if Egypt gets annexed anyways by Ottomans, then like it still stays in your team. So maybe that's kind of okay for Egypt, but not as much with the other ones. Could be that the economy scale in Boho is so good that they invest there. That's true, because they do have multiple things that affect it. Multiple things that are encouraged. It's because they have 25 construction, I think. We have done this in the past and tried to do a 0 construction run, and it was really freaking hard to get people to build in your country. I think that they have some mod stuff that is affecting this to some degree. I don't know if it's just the 25 construction is enough to do this. Or if he's like under constructing himself in Boho, but he has so much overseas ownership. I'm looking specifically for how much Brazil and Mexico I see. I think I don't proportionally see a ton more Brazil and Mexico, so I think that that is an indication that it's maybe a bit of a... Well, let's look at Brazil and Mexico, how much of their economy they own. If it's a really large percentage, then this is probably, yeah, this is probably net. This relationship's probably net bad for Austria here, because they own 35% of their economy overseas, and they've only sold 5% of their economy out, and it happens at a pretty significant discount, so this is probably good for Brazil. It's probably good for Mexico, but if we look at, well, actually Mexico barely owns anything overseas. But if we look at Baden, Baden has an enormous percentage that they've invested overseas, and they haven't... Wait, is our analysis backwards in that? Is our analysis backwards? So if they're constructing in your country, you really like it. If they're buying stuff that you constructed in your country, you really hate it. We actually don't have a way of identifying which one of that is happening in Brazil. So I guess jury's out, maybe out a little bit on Brazil. But in Baden, we know what's happening is that they are actively using their construction because they are going to be no longer able to really profitably construct themselves because they'll hit like infrastructure capacity, or they will fully use up their POPs in the auto queue. Once you have no POPs available, we'll hate to build there. Although Baden is... Let's swap to Baden. Half their stuff's going in here. I wonder if there's a mod thing that affects the way AI behavior on foreign investment. Because this doesn't look vanilla-y. Mexico could be for gold. France's embassy spamming. Yeah, doesn't he have that much investing outside of his country? The mod increases the base construction generally to give minor powers a more level playing field, especially multiplayer. I definitely get it. If you handicap yourself heavily in foreign construction run, that's why it was so hard. That's fair. Like, I had depressed prices, so stuff wasn't profitable. If that, I mean, if this is vanilla action with just 25 increased construction, that's kind of insane. I mean, this looks good. This looks good for Baden. I don't know if it looks good for what's going on in, like, Brazil and the other ones. It's a little bit harder to identify. If we look at their queue... Yeah, their queue... So, like, Brazil, like we were saying, their queue, they have one thing in Austria, a bunch not in Austria. This implies that their capitalists are buying already constructed buildings, which is bad for you. Depending on construction costs a little bit, but that's, like, too complicated to unpack here. And so that's probably not bad for you. But we do see France going for a victory point here. Just a little bit before the timeline here. They're going for West Switzerland. So they are looking to achieve one victory point for their team before the pulse. I actually low-key hate this. I think that the 1 point is not that big a difference, but being seen as someone to be negotiated against for the next 10 years before people really have grievances with each other, I think is... From a meta perspective, bad. From like a just pure gameplay experience perspective, I think this is fine and good. Like, I think this is reasonable. This makes a ton of sense to me. But from the like meta perspective of what's going on in the greater scoring system, I think it's not worth it to pick up this point here. Swiss war, Swiss war. It do be like that. Little Swiss miss Swiss. Might as well make... Well, I guess you don't need that primary, but... Could be that they run out of pops earlier, so they're more inclined to invest elsewhere. But we are about to see the first tick. Switzerland backs down. And considering we're in June, and no one's going to lose a victory point before this finishes out, and nobody's declared on these guys, I think we're going to put in the score for us. Just going to put in the score here for what's going on here. I think that this is not premature. They're going for East Switzerland. Very cute. A little late to the party there, bud. Also, why is it going to the Ottomans? They're still going to have market access as long as they have a unified market. But, you know, they don't have a unified market. So this is going to be very awkward. They don't have market unification with a mill treaty. So this is just going to not have market access. I assume they're going to pass it to Austria. And I assume the GM of the game is going to allow it. But you remember the trade agreement that you had with Switzerland where Switzerland bought up a bunch of your buildings? Yeah, you're not as happy about that now are ya? Still, how many of these are owned overseas? Oh, they're owned by Switzerland. How many of these is owned by Austria? Huh. Looks like Austria doesn't own much of this eco. Or do they just nationalize all the Austrian buildings? We know there was some ownership that was Austrian. Oh, no, wait. Here's the Austrian ownership. It's still here. So, interesting. Oh, I was clicking on that like it was my option. But I don't know how I feel about giving Italy this. I think I'd rather see the I know Italy's weaker, and so you want to have more balanced teams. I'd rather see France control this, I think. Let's see North Germany. North Germany's still stacking more military. Oh, good God. 350. France has not added any battalions. I think it's coming soon. Pan-nationalism is being researched. So this is going to be it. Imagine this game being 1 point decisive in the end. Yeah, so if there wasn't the multiplier at the end for the end points, the 5x multiplier, I'd be with it. I'd be like, yeah. But now, like, they look just as scary as the other 1 point team. Rip Austria's GDP ownership, 7 buildings, man. It's game of inches, man. Why does Italy have homesteading? Oh, Italy forms. Did my brain was just off when they formed? Yeah, but they've been Italy for a while now. My brain was just off. Kind of probably heads up forming alliances so that even if it gets declared in a weird strategic region, you can help out your ally. Still haven't seen a big PvP war. Kind of not expecting it. Players seem to mainly be just kind of chilling, except for Germany, who has no chill. I mean, does France notice? Does France have an idea what's going on? They're just building a ton of ports. The barracks are coming in now. Steel frame. Now, steel frame is nerfed in this mod. But enlistment offices is going to be a big one. Have we changed? Look at this. Look at this. Mass conscription currently being invoked. They are just going for the timing. So far Germany just seems like... Well, Germany, Russia, and Great Britain all seem like the 3 strongest players. There's not much reason to, like, be snaking around. I really don't like the lack of taking Manchuria from Russia. This seems like a mistake. And the lack of helping Japan take Manchuria. Because Japan, if you, like, this would double the size of their economy, like, really easily, because gold is just so pivotally, like, important, especially if you're, like, small. And look at, like, 5k of minting, man. It's just right there. I think France wants the eco and army of Bavaria, Baden, and Württemberg before decking more. What do you get points for? You get points for controlling 5 separate victory points. Or states that are the victory point states. That are Sinai, Crete, which is notably an island. The islands are going to be really easy to defend later on. Belarus, which is notably an island. I can't remember if it's Friesland or Holland, but one of those two. And also West Switzerland, which is now under control. So we will see no more points change hands here. If you need if you need to look at Discord Saturday Team Game channel for a live updated owned VP system, they updated it. Oh, it's a website. Okay. Now you can't side against someone when they are in a rev. And is Germany just planning on revving? This is, I think, a change that I don't like too much, is you cannot side against a player when they're revving. I mean, maybe it's okay, but I think revs should just absolutely be cripplingly brutal. And here we'll just see the German player have a lot of a headache from this rev, but, like, you can... I know I don't fight revs much on stream, and I don't do them a lot in runs, and big part of that is laziness. The truth is, fighting revs is very, very easy, if they're even, like, remotely reasonably split up, because you will use more decrees than the AI will, and, well, this rev is just disgustingly easy to deal with, so they're just going to rev and take care of it. Saxony is not anywhere near enough, and they're going to just pass mass conscription without, like, any difficulties here. And so... Please tell me they haven't slotted in a company yet. Nope, they still have an open company slot. They really are going for it with the mill companies. But that is... Oh, this is going to be so brutal. This is, I think, their biggest company. For those of you who've just joined us, when Germany unifies, they're going to pick up this company from Alsace-Lorraine, which owns 75 levels of buildings. That is a lot. That is big, big. You know, small, big? That's the opposite. The points are really weird, not gonna lie. I agree. Them all being in Europe kind of really disadvantages some countries like USA and Japan. And EIC. I also probably would have preferred 5 neutral states. But... I like Crete and Sinai starting out under a subject of these guys is weird, and Spain starting with one is a little bit weird. I'm sure France will just disband the company. I think they won't notice. I mean, they will get their company slot back, but the company will just belong to the other guys now. There should be more points everywhere. Maybe. It's a little bit more to keep track of, but this is possible. I think we might need to use the restroom here soon, but we're kind of also keenly watching what's going on with North German Fed. Yeah, they have like 100 more battalions than France does. They've stalled out their construction quite a bit, though. So this war is going to be to the benefits of Team 1 and 3 overall. Even though, like, if Team 4 wins this, I think it's still... They come out net positive relative to Team 2. I still think the bigger winners are Team 1 and 3, which are getting to push construction during this time period. Companies move states, the ownership doesn't jump, so they will keep those levels of ownership. I've tested this, it's just going to move. I know if you annex a state and it has a company in it, it might be you have to annex the entire country for it to happen, but I know it will. You'll just slot in the company yourself. So I guess we'll see then. So there won't be any financial districts in Alsace-Lorraine if they lose. Well, there'll definitely be these 12. But talking about the company's ownership, I mean, I guess we'll see. I think Team 4 is getting more out of it than they're putting in. I agree, but I think, well, I'm not sure. Running this big military for this long-ass time is, like, a very significant cost. It looks like they're not even going to rev. Oh, brother. Send him your energy so we don't have to watch this silly rev. He's got one tick, one opportunity. 56%. Is he handsome enough? We'll find the answer out in just a moment. He is. And now you can pass something to make this rev go away or whatever. You could just, like, pass racial segregation. Or multiculturalism. Or just rev. Now, they still have 17 months on pan-nationalism. Yeah, just those 12? It just moves? So the 75 stack just moves? But I've had so many times where I conquer a state, yeah? And then they have a company there, and then I slot in their company because I have a free slot. Even with a key free company slot? Yeah. I'm not sure about this. I guess we'll see. I guess they decided they just wanted to deal with the uprising. That's fair enough. It's only one state. Resets the radicals. Quite a bit of radicals. Seems fine enough. Let's see how USA's population graph looks like. So, it is going up by quite a bit. Their eco's doing pretty good. I'm curious. Have they noticed that they're getting fought for the mass migrations? I guess a little bit. They are using the migration edicts now, which they weren't before. We're seeing a lot more health from these guys. Still using migration. Do we like home counties migration over East Anglia? East Anglia has, you know, the iron and coal. I'm not sure if I like that more, but... I think these guys are fighting for the migration quite a bit. With the two, the fewer states you have, the more powerful these edicts are, especially the migration attraction. If we look in the ledger and we look at, you know, mass migration attraction, it's a little bit of a rumble. Will it let us sort? It will. Netherlands, Venezuela, and USA is edging out. No, wait, Quebec is edging out USA. Quebec. It is winner take all-ish, so it tends to get resolved in that matter. 70 unis is crazy, also going mass conscription. In multiplayer, mass conscriptions aren't as big because the turmoil is lower. Mass migrations? Generally, yes. I mean, when people start pillaging Europe, it won't. Bunch of pillage pushers. I think I'm going to use the restroom real quick, because I don't want to need to use the restroom during the other war. So, we will be right back. Right. There we go. So this war is going to be over soon. Why is Canada called Quebec? It's a little French, a little Canadian. It's because the unifier was... I think it's because the unifier was the South France or the South Canada... I forget the name of it, but I believe one of these has French culture, and if the French culture does it, it's Quebec instead, or something like this. Now, Italy should own Austria's buildings, right? Oh, what happened here? Wait, why'd they give this over? Color me confused. They state swapped to Austria for why? ¿Por qué? Might have to go into a chat and ask why they state swapped. Let's swap to a separate country so we know who's in what lobby. So the British team in that VoIP. So let's go into... Well, there's so many people in this other VoIP. But Japan group is in this VoIP. Alright, we're gonna go in. Hello. So,
hello.
I was wondering why you guys traded West Switzerland to Austria.
It was a demand.
Taro, get out of there. No.
It was a demand?
It was a demand, yeah.
Oh, they just said give it to us?
Yeah, because, like, if we fought it, then, like, Germany, you know...
Plus, Italy might lose more land.
And you know what the funny thing is, General?
Did they do it before? They didn't do it before the points, though. You guys got the
points.
points.
Get the point.
No, they didn't get the points.
Both Switzerland
already in 60.
So both Switzerland states don't have market access because they're in different markets.
That is funny.
I see that. That's very cute. They don't have market unification in their block. Yeah, that's why I was curious. I assume that the GM of the game won't care if they if Ottomans give Austria East Switzerland though. So
yeah, no, I don't think they will.
Yeah, what happened in Switzerland?
I don't know. Not so neutral now, are they though?
I mean, this was meant by Tyrone, but it didn't.
It was Austrian spies tricking the French diplomats.
I mean that certainly makes sense. That as France, the second you
signed the wrong contract.
You fight Austria, you're just gonna get decked on by Prussia.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for answering the question. All right. So that answers our question. They said gimme, and they said yes, which of course is very heads up. In terms of navigating the diplomacy aspect, 100% you just want to give that over, you know. I don't think that this is you aren't allowed to give victory points. Oh, is that in the rule set? You're not allowed to transfer victory point states? Ugh. Luckily, we're not enforcing anything, so we don't need to worry about that. Maybe they made an agreement about going in on Germany or something. They could have. They also, I think some of the players are a little bit cagey about the streaming thing, in that they don't want information revealed, and so it's possible that they just lie to me. North German market is spicy. Is it in the North German market? That would be spicy. Holes are in like getting isolated in like a huge chunk of games is always freaking weird. I think that there needs to be like a better system for abstracting that, but. I think they have the right idea here, which is that, well, Actually, if they're fighting, they might not be able to be dogpiled. I can't remember the rules. I think if they have one more goal, they might be able to be 2v1'd. And so it was worth just giving it on over. So now we have a weird situation, I think. Team 3 has got 1 victory point. They started with, or 1 victory state. They started with 2, kind of, because a subject of theirs had him. Team 1 has 2 victory states. No one's gone for the victory state in the Netherlands. And the other one is under control of Team 4. Defensive pact, interesting. I assume he says no. This situation in Switzerland is perplexing. Yeah. The Swiss don't get it very much either, to be honest. The separatist movement's going to go hard in Switzerland, I think. I fear. I'm concerned. Hopefully someone didn't... Okay, no one, like, subscribed or anything while I was AFK. While I was using Albano, as they would say it. Maybe we should think of things a little bit differently here, though. Maybe you guys want to actually have an idea what the construction is. Because I think this is an important number. Relatively speaking. Because right now they are trying to reach a point where they are strong. In like 50 years is kind of the way that this is more or less done. So let's take a look here, and we're going to look at Team 1's construction levels. You're going to see probably well over 400. Yeah, 500 by Great Britain. ESC's got 200, and so we'll call it 700. And you've got paused. You've got mail. Can you please resume your construction so I can see how much it is? How many? No! Unpause your construction, my friend. Alright, we'll just calculate it. So 700, does each of these still give... Okay, this is total giving 105. So, plus the base construction. So it is 830 construction for this team. And we have to keep in mind that France's construction is effectively more valuable as long as they're doing the thing, which they probably are. You guys see that 830? You know you can't. Now you can. Okay. So that's Team 1. Team 2, France, Japan, and the other guys. Shout out to the other guys, my favorite. 375. But it's effectively worth 400, but we're still counting as 375. 575, 600, and then Italy. Italy's probably doing okay, so 600 plus. So we see 820. So very close, tied together here is the levels of construction. Although we are not looking at army power projection, which is of course another important metric, and other teams would be doing better. Like that's where Team 4 is going to be in particular strong, because Prussia's been doing nothing but building military. We'll come back to Russia because they're currently constructing construction sectors. And so we'll take a look. 210 for Austria. We'll call this 120. So 210, 120, 330. And then for Russia, we will see an additional... we'll call this 3, because each of these is going to be some. 330, 650. We'll call this 670. That's not very good. They're falling behind. Oh, man. So we'll make them 670. That's, in terms of a percentage, that's considerably far behind. And then Team 4, which we are expecting to be behind because they're building more military... we see 240 plus 200, so 440. And then we'll call this 160, so 540, 600. We'll call it 600 flat. And I think on a per construction basis, Team 1's construction is probably more valuable, but Team 2 actually has more construction effective as long as France is getting the bonus. Which it might not be. You think a North German Fed will deck instantly once they research Pan-Nat? They do have the Happy Industrialists. This bonus is nerfed in this mod though, so it's only 15% construction efficiency. But on a per construction basis, they are getting more done. I think they, well, I guess we'll see in 7 days what the state of affairs is. And this is kind of the two ones. And army power projection. So army power projection we didn't look at. And I think that that's what Team 4 has been sacrificing for quite some time. North German Fed can have like 400 construction. And the big shaboodle is they're not even mobilized, they're running minus 80k. They have a power projection of 15k. Versus France's, or we didn't need to nation swap to France, or POV swap, but France has got an army power projection of respectable. They've brought it up considerably since we last took a look. And, you know, France has this very significant population advantage. I don't know if they can do this. And they nat spread the enlistment offices that Prussia spent extra time researching ahead of time. So now they have access to enlistment offices themselves. They also will get hand-cranked machine gun the second they pip it. Is this intentional? They're leaving it at 600 left? Are they trying to underrepresent their military power? I don't think that's a good idea. Well, maybe they are. Because they know they're going to have to fight it anyways. They would rather Germany not have it hanging, or I suppose they would rather have the prospect of them getting decked on not hanging over their head. Looks like they are going telegraph into mill statistics. And is the idea we're getting Lux supplies? I think the supplies are awful. Because of how these modifiers stack, I don't like this. There's so many percentage modifiers. You need flat modifiers. I'd rather see, I think modern nursing would be better. Improved recovery rate to keep as many guys in the action as possible. Or even hand-cranked machine gun. But France is being big sneaky. They're hiding their tech. Bear in mind, Austria's insane idea. That's true. Austria is deep in the tank. Oh, we see the Diplo demand. We also have to keep in mind they just acquired more units. So they have quite a few percentage more. And I imagine they did the decree shuffling ahead of time. We will see if France makes a move here. But looking at... be still my beating heart. Someone's going to need a towel. And they're sitting in my chair. So this is a ton of conscripts. They are ready to go. I think they just go for it with the conscripts. I don't know if they're conscripting up. It's going to get extraordinarily expensive. My only concern is I think they might not have enough bank. I don't know if they've mobilized yet. It looks like they're not mobilizing. They mobilized. And are they going to activate the conscripts? They are activating the conscripts. So conscripts have been activated. Taking a look at France's side of things, are you decree maxing or are you just going to lose the war? France has decided they don't like winning wars. They have not moved any decrees. To be fair, you can add more as time goes on. Looks like, is Germany hiding its army a little bit? Where's the rest of Germany's army? I suppose they have to defend in naval landings, but this is, they have a nice little naval defense here. Naval defense here. 10 stack is not that big, but North German Fed has like no navies, so there's going to be an asymmetry here, but look, dude, they're coming up with another 400 conscripts, and you're coming up with another 200. And your plan is to just stay on defense, I assume? I mean, this isn't trench v trench. If this was trench v trench, maybe. They should stop constructing. Minus 25% mill goods cost. Oop, oop, oop. That is a point. Let's take a look. The companies that Germany has selected, they're not getting this yet. They will get it eventually. Oh, what have they done? They need to disband these right quick. The cheese doesn't work if they still have these companies. They got these from Saxony, or from integrating these. They need to get rid of those companies before they enforce. Oh, looks like they do, bro. They're playing out of their mind. No, wait. They're above company limit. Other direction. I thought that was indication. They do pause construction. AutoQ is building 100%. They are at 200%. They now have an advantage of 100 troops here. And their companies are going to come on up. Coming in to look at their block, they do have militarized industry too, giving minus 15% mill goods cost, and they'll have another minus 10%. So this will represent quite a bit of their expense. The national borders of France, right as that kind of is going on. And France also has militarized industry, but I don't think they have the other company. Let's see what percentage of their costs are military goods. Like a third. Like a third. So that'll represent like an 8% economy stimmy. But for Germany, it's closer to half. So that'll represent like a 12% plus economy stimmy. They're really fully on sinking this into this war. So North German Fed is losing less. They're losing less money. It's a very similar amount of money. We see a pause. Let's check if they've kind of organized stuff. Offensive and artillery, very good. Experienced offensive, very good. Experienced offensive, fantastic. And stalwart defender, good generals for them. Looks like we have 2 batches, one that is just giving generals. Oh, you don't push into this with a bunch of generals without offensive planner, my guy. No, no, no. This is how you lose wars. They have experience offensive. Experience offensive. Offensive and pillager. Are they on pillage? No, they're not on pillage. But we see defensive and defensive. No tactful. Yeah, it looks like he is unaware of this for his companies, this situation. Don't know what the pause is, but North German Fed also has the mill companies. Yeah, that's true. They have 2 military companies to France's 0. We're not counting this one. I'm talking about the offensive to the kill and the kill rate. But like, look, if France handled this decree situation reasonably, I think France would have a good chance. But better commanders, yeah. I love your videos. Thanks to you, I'm getting better at victory. Thank you so very much. This is an exciting one, though. Are we unpaused? Looks like we're unpaused. I do not like the pushing into Germany here. I think you should just defend. I think you're... and this is the very first battle, so this will set the tone. I don't think either of them have first aid. Or sorry, triage. I do think it was a little bit of a mistake to not get North German Fed. Like, they researched a tech that I didn't think was as good as triage. Because, like, triage is like... Unless I'm misunderstanding the mechanic, but from my understanding, it's like reverse kill rate, basically. Is like a way to think about it. And if we have a bunch of guys... Oh. I didn't know you did things like that, brother. I'm a little bit surprised to see this. This guy is defending. Unfortunately, they roll a bad general for defense. But now we have Several defensive strategists. What? You're mobilizing irregulars? What's the idea here? That you're gonna upgrade them? Are they not on the front? They're mobilizing. And you upgrade them mid-war? Is that a thing? Man, sometimes these multiplayer players have like different like ways of doing things. I mean, that seems like it might be better. We've never actually had to fight hard wars as a single-player aficionado, so... and that's always been my mantra. It's like, you should just avoid tough wars, and so this type of thing. But that seems to be what they're doing. You mobilize them all as their irregulars, and then you upgrade them. That certainly seems to make a lot of sense. This mod bloats offense defense through text, yeah. The regulars give training rat. The regulars give training rat? Trench rat, you mean? Just all on adamant defense, delaying tactics, this type of stuff. I mean, he could use a couple more of those, like, actual defensive generals on his front if he's rolling them into battle. But we see a 90v90. We see cut down and humiliate. Yeah. They give training rate for other units. It integrates the mod called gas guns grub. He didn't meant rate. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think I understand the ideas. Yeah. So now he's unified it. Now they're both on the front. I assume he upgraded them, their PMs, or is in the process of it. No, he's just... Is he just stacking irregulars on there? I mean, they're all on defensive. Ideally, they should borrow the other ones. It looks like he's got way worse defensive now on his average because he's using a bunch of irregulars, but the army size difference is so massive. I didn't know your game, player. That is an interesting one. This is something we've not executed before. And again, these like war strats in multiplayer are definitely going to be at a higher level than a lot of like things that we've done. But training rate, I think, is what they meant. Yeah, to train them. The building level is higher, so you train more troops in your conscription centers. Oh, yeah, like, it takes fewer weeks to train up your other guys. Well, he's just thrown them into the front. The generals will always pick the best units, yeah. Well, so, yeah, so you're not using them on offense. You're not using the idiots on offense, but you're using on defense, it looks like. Wait, why is he using irregulars on the front? What is this, death warring? Well, haven't you seen how Stalin conducted himself in World War II when he scraped the bottom of the barrel? He sent men with brooms. And they could, you know, they could pick up the dead man in front of him's broom. Or sorry, well, actually pick up his broom, get a bigger broom. And then if someone else died, you pick up their gun. There's a Stalin quote that, you know, horrifies me, but I'm also a huge fan of. It takes a brave man not to be a hero in the Red Army. The data time-lapse is a regular strategy. I haven't seen that video from data time-lapses. This is kind of cute, though. This is very cool. Yeah, I mean, like, understanding how to navigate these pivotal wars is not something I have, like, a strong understanding of in game. Like, war is probably the thing I know or understand the least. But this makes sense. And also, he's keeping, with his strong units, he's not rolling as many of them into defense, and not as many of them are dying. So, on these offensive wars, he's starting to get much bigger battles. But also, I think he's getting to send way bigger proportions. Oh, that's dirty as hell. He's getting to send bigger army stacks because what's determining the stack sizes of army to army is going to be... Oh, this is crazy. This is cool. What's determining this is the balance of power. So because there's a really heavy balance of power, which is determined by the number of troops here favoring Germany, Germany gets to send 87k into the 30k, even on offense. But they're not pulling all these conscripts into the offensive battle. They might even be on... you can't borrow. I forgot. Any friendly? Okay. Fair enough. And so this is making it so that these are super flip-flopped. Are they also eating a penalty on offense? Maybe it doesn't matter just because you have such a big... You're 3xing them. Are there regulars on the front line? He moved them to the front line. So now it's 1,300. They'll get base attrition even when they're not fighting. I found out it's better to have one general attack while the rest defend. Are there naval invasions going on? No, France isn't. France is not getting creative. They should. They're not. I mean, France is getting a push off here, and they are like... They're probably... I'm guessing more Germans have died in this war, but let's take a look. Yeah, so like 40% more Germans have died or been wounded. So this does have a steep cost in personnel, but... I think that it is negatively affecting their offense, maybe? Army 1? Oh, is it just using only shrapnel? God, I hate the way this game calculates stuff. It just uses the artillery from... Is that really what it's doing? It's just only using shrapnel. And then here... Or just always uses the best ones, so you're just literally just getting better balances? Is that how this works? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's crazy. 20 million cost of war? Yeah, but what's the North Germans' Fed money situation? They're probably much tighter than... Yeah, it's much tighter than France's. This is certainly very expensive to do this. Especially if you're paying high wages. I think you shouldn't do this. Oh, it gives extra morale recovery? Has it always given extra morale? No, wait. Yeah, I think you should... Well, maybe it's good enough. I don't know. They're not even running high taxes, though. Oh, they probably should be. There's a lot to, like, focus on. Well, I guess they don't really need to micro this front. They should probably be raising taxes here. Because the money is a consideration. But yeah, they just get to roll these lopsided battles. And then actually use good troops, because they just have so much. But their defense is really low, so even... No, there has to be something... This is just borrowed units. Yeah, the 7th is the main army. But it's not using any units from that army? But is it using the defense from that army? Color me slightly confused as to exactly what's going on here. But it seems like their regulars might not even be fighting. They're just contributing to the balance of power, which determines how many units are in each battle. So they're just pumping up this 17 without actually, you know, doing the stuff. Actually having to fight. Let's take a look at decrees. France has finally decided to put down a couple decrees. Wages don't matter. All the cost is in the goods. Most of the cost is in the goods. The wages really matter for, like, the quantity of conscripts. But looks like we do get the balloons, too. I'm not sure if Miltech 3, or sorry, the Militarized Industry 3 is achieved by the other one. Wait, why is it showing balloons? Is it just Germany that has the balloons? I don't remember a balloon they had. It was called the Hindenburg. But they are on balloon reconnaissance. Minus attrition risk multiplier. Extra battle occupation. I mean, they almost have Alsace-Lorraine here, so... God, this is such a brutal and bloody war. We see nearly 1 million total casualties, or 750,000 total casualties here. The max to take a state without the other modifiers is either 4 or 5. The mod makes even more cost in the mill goods. Yeah, I think that using the supplements is maybe not worth it. But, I mean, if you're trying to get the absolute scrape to the bottom of the barrel... They are using all the MOBO options on... Except for rations. Or, no, wait. Yeah, so supplies, this is multiplicatively increases the price of stuff. But the plus offense and defense, these stack additively. So I think that that's probably not worth using. But he's using all the military options, even on those guys. We don't see first aid, but of course if he does first aid, it'll reduce the org by 25%. And I think he's just trying to get this one last battle in. I think it's going to be 2 more battles. I'm not sure. It depends on how much occupation you get here. Maybe the balloons really pull their weight. And if they do, then France is going to start ticking. To some extent, Germany can't afford to do this, but to another extent, boy, can it. And look, they've done it. They've freed up that company slot. Swiggity swooty, I'm coming for that booty. We'll get to see if 100 levels of the thing go on over. Germany construction on pause. Yep. Feels like we're on speed 2 and not 3. Brother. You're not gripping your seats like this. One of the reasons supplements don't give flat modifiers is because people do people's armies with only irregulars. That makes sense. My point is, though, is that because the way it stacks with other modifiers, and other modifiers are effectively cheaper, I think. So this is, you're paying a lot for the 10%, and you pay a lot for the less for the percentages you're getting from these things. Oh, some of those were percentage increases as well, but is that an occupation? That's an occupation, and France is ticking. That was the balloons pulling their weight there, I think. And by pulling their weight, I mean pulling more than their weight, because balloons don't really weigh a lot. That's kind of why they're balloons. This is GG? Yeah, France is losing. France doesn't have time to retake this, even if they had, like, the ability to, which I don't think they do. I think they're actually just, the kill rate is, is actualizing here. It would have been curious. I would have been curious, because now they're just getting crushed. I would have been really curious if they had gone triage instead of, there was another tech that they went. What's up with hand-cranked machine gun? Wait, what the hell? I'm so confused. Oh, it was France that researched hand-cranked machine gun. Yeah, they had gotten just short of finishing it and then just like left it in. But I'm not sure that this. I mean, that is flat defense. Flat defense is real good. Maybe that is better. I don't know. But now the losses are piling. France should just capitulate here, but. That's in the moment. This is like such a hard play pattern to like recognize when you are, like playing. Is that I don't win this. I have huge losses by continuing fighting this. I should just capitulate. It would help both teams. It helps both Team 4 and Team 2, but because this is not a zero-sum game, like continuing the war probably hurts Germany more right now. But because this isn't a zero-sum game, punishing Team 4 isn't worth punishing yourself, and you should just capitulate, because there's no way you retake this. And so it's just not worth it. Tyrone gonna rename his block now, so sad, big sad. So the 5% kill rate is too minimal to make a difference. No, the bigger one's the flat 5 defense, which is multiplied by all the multiplicative modifiers that you can stack up with this mod. It ends up being like 10 plus. Well, maybe not 10 plus, but it ends up being a lot. So like you can roll a ton of modifiers. So like pursuit, or I don't think they'll put that on, but like you can roll battle conditions that'll give a percentage. You have all these that are giving percentages. And then also your generals with like what they're using, like adamant defense is going to give 15% defense. So when you do 15% defense, right? It's going to, yeah, I mean, you should just capitulate this. This is silly to continue, but when you do, I mean, maybe they're hoping that Germany bankrupts or something, but France is also constructing throughout the war. Yeah, France also didn't do the full conscripts. We're seeing like pretty obvious reasons why both of Germany's opponents have lost. And now we're out of water, which is not good, because we've been talking for several hours today. But, how are the armies so big in the early game? I mean, Germany's running negative 600k and has, like, half the construction it otherwise would. And decrees of mass conscription, yeah. Sounds like deterrence theory? Now we'll see the answer to that question, huh? Oh, you're right. The company does just disappear. You don't yoink the company. Alright. You only yoink the company if you full annex, apparently. Drought hitting the generalist gaming state, basically. Not like this. Better than flooding, I suppose. Better than wildfires. Yeah, Jesus. Wildfires do be hitting my state. Harvest conditions are kind of just like, honestly, I haven't paid super close attention to them. But yeah, this is my state right now. Right. But we do see German Empire, and that is hefty. Now, interest payment's not even that bad, actually. He just has way less construction than he should, but, yeah, with not getting 100 levels of the company, that's how I thought it worked. I guess you have to full annex them. So, like, he got the 2 companies from these guys when he annexed them from those, like, subjects. He didn't get the company from France. And so France's company, I wonder where it moved to. Moved up here, and it still has 100 levels. Okay. Which changes the texture of things. Certainly buy orders. Urban centers are going to be a lot more profitable up here. Because the people, they buy a lot of services and transportation. When will she harvest my condition? True. Surely it's worth it to go 95 towards debt cap for 1 tile. No one will punish this. Well, it's more than 1 debt tile. He also unified with the South Germans here. He acquired a lot of states with this. I think it probably does work. Or be worth. Harvest conditions were a pretty pointless thing to add to the game. IMO, they never get paid attention to them. Unless you get flooded, then you're like, oh my god, this is catastrophic. Plus 15%, plus 5 more states for free? Or 15% authority? Yeah, I think things are in good shape. Maybe we, after this war, we take a little bit of account of the construction. Something like this. Oh, what is this? There's another PvP war going on. They're fighting the Ottomans. For what? Liberate Egypt and return Sinai is the one war goal. Okay. Who all is in on this? Persia and Russia and Egypt and EIC, and we assume Canada, Quebec is in here. So it is the full bloc versus the full bloc. No, Austria is not in on this. Austria is not helping. And they're going for liberate Egypt, Ottoman war reparation, ban slavery, liberate Persia, Russian war reparations. This is big. But you don't have the humiliate on Russia, so I assume they'll join any play you start. But having to pay war reparations is super backbreaking. Team 1 kind of going for it on Team 3. this certainly changes the texture of things if they can enforce. And then the other war goal is just to return Sinai. Now, is Russia doing an okay job defending? Very cute. It looks like they might have been getting landed and they released a subject. And then this is not connected to anything incorporated. Very, very cute. Russia with the cutesy wootsies. This is not incorporated, nor is it connected to anything that's incorporated. So you cannot achieve war reparations by landing over here, because these guys did a cutesy wootsy and released their subject. Womp womp. So now Russia only has to defend this over here in terms of the coastline. Although it looks like I'm not sure what the strategy is here for the UK. Not entirely sure. I also kind of don't like this war from Team 1. I think Team 3... yeah, I mean, Team 1 and 3 fighting, I think this is starting to look really good for Team 4. If both of these guys are mobilizing in major wars, we do see a Great British landing over here as well. It's looking like UK is not running really very much of a deficit to do this. They're also at 1,000 construction. That is a huge, monstrous come-up since last time we checked. The UK is freaking so strong. We were looking at the other thing. Yeah, UK is not even really losing money. The UK just gets so many good construction opportunities in the EIC. Like, if we look at the reinvestment, like, who's maybe the next biggest? Like, the reinvestment is going to be so much smaller. Like, 146k. 100k. And UK is over here. You know, when the UK walks into a room, it swangs into the room 2 minutes before he steps foot in the room. He's got like 420. This is like 3x the next biggest. This is like a big one. Does the mod affect GDP too much? Not too much. But yeah, just very steady, linear, positive growth. So Team 1's looking really strong. I don't know if I like doing this to Team 3 here. This seems unnecessary, but maybe you're okay with it. Maybe you get jiggy with it. They're certainly able to push over here. Ottoman Empire, by the way, is an absolute nightmare to defend against naval landings, because when you are in the Ottoman Empire, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strategic regions you need to defend. Just absolutely brutal in terms of defending versus landings. And also, they're shared with like 2 to 3 sea nodes. So you can hit any of these 5 like kind of places within 3 sea nodes. It's very, very brutal, very difficult. We do see a little bit of a cheeky landing. And is this Be Still My Beating Heart? Is this just a 20 stack defending? I guess they're sending back to deal with it. The Royal Navy. Of course, they understand, you know, how math works and how you have to have... Ooh, those are paper ships. Russia correctly moves their ship and will re-land or retreat. It looks like the latter. But an extended fight, I don't think this benefits... I'm not sure if this benefits Team 1 enough for this to be worth it, going for war reparations... Well, they are war reparations on the entirety of Team 3. And that's basically what they're going for. I mean, think the UK is going to lose this? Well, I think it might just end up being really long before they agree to a white peace, perhaps. UK is actually super okay with this situation. They're only minus like 160k. They're not actually overspending to fight this war. Well, neither is the Ottomans. Austria is not in the war is the thing. Oh, wait. Yeah, Austria is not in the war, so it's not on the entire team. Austria is not in the war. They could declare on the UK to try and do something, but I'm not sure how I feel about this by the UK. So why don't we check construction though and update the construction portion of the spreadsheet? Because now Great Britain alone has 1070. We see 260. We'll call that 260. So 1330. 1430, 1480. Yeah, just... I'm kind of excited that the two teams I thought were better teams, like in terms of like who's on the team, like, or not players but countries, do seem to be performing quite well. So France, Japan, Italy. France 350, a third of Great Britain. We'll call that 310, so 660. Wow, they all have like 300, so we'll call it 980. Well, that's a big difference between that and the leader. To be fair, they just fought a very, very brutal war. They could have surrendered a little bit earlier, but we'll see. Ottomans. 120 construction, that's it. That's rough. We see 350, so 470. And then plus this action. I said plus this action. 470, we'll call that 500, 700. We'll call it 710. I think we rounded down more than we rounded up, but 710. So Team 1 has more than double the construction of Team 3. Oh, it is looking rough. And I guess the big one is Team 4, who we think they're staying out. Their head is above water, and they're not having to fight these other fights. So let's take a look at USA, what they've managed to do. Only 330. Really just the enormous, like, value that Great Britain gets from subjects, and it's just, they're just popping off so hard. So 330. In multiplayer, we don't really get to see too much of them uninterrupted. So here so 330. We don't know what distribution they're looking at because they're paused. Oh, I guess they're deciding to use that type of construction. Okay, so 330. I don't know if I consider which one I consider more appropriate to use. I'm just going to use halfway in between and call Germany's construction 350, but they're not utilizing all of it, and they're actually just like in trouble. Or do they just default? I guess we'll call it whatever this is. So 250. So 330 plus 250, 580, and then Spain. Oh man. 680, 730. Wow. Team 1's just like so far ahead. I mean, Germany would push it quite a bit higher if they weren't in default. But that's a rough one for them. You know what's crazy? If they had they might have thought that they got ownership over the building. I mean, clearly they thought they were going to with the way that they have been conducting the companies. Although they still have this available. Oh, just give investment rights to your teammates, bro. Just give investment rights to your teammates. They'll buy into the investment pool. Come on. I don't know if he's navigating this properly. The bankruptcy spiral is a little bit rough. Alright, looks like he figures it out. Does have a mutual investment agreement. Can we see when he got it? Because if he got it right after I said it, I would be a little bit sussed. Because they're not allowed to listen to the stream. If you're listening to the stream, shame on you. So, if you're listening to the stream, that's a bitch move. But if you're not, you're doing pretty good. Germany defaulting, yeah. Or the pause construction, it tells you their total. Can't US just bankroll Germany? You're not allowed to bankroll your teammates. Can you show EIC? In terms of money balance? Ooh, they're building up a lot of guys. And they're not passing affirmative action. This is the EIC, not the DEI. Get out of here. Oh, no. They will not be passing affirmative action. They got so close. Oh, they must have a fraction of a percent if it's not insta-failing. But they don't have any setbacks remaining. Do they just want to chip in a chair and a prayer? I guess. Oh no, there's their legislative failures. They just stalled out. Germany paid a high price for unification? Yeah, so like even if they're net positive, I still think it's to the benefit of the teams that aren't fighting, that you fight like that. And, I don't know, like, they've added another 100 construction here, guys. Chat, they're fighting this war, fully mobilized, added another 100 construction. Now, they don't have... I don't know if they liberate Persia that easy. I was about to say that they did a cutesy by feeding Macron a bunch of Persia's territories, but it looks like that's not what happened. I think that if they had another subject adjacent to Persia, they could feed it Persia's territories. Maybe. I don't know if you have to be at peace for that interaction. But it looks like the Ottomans maybe get it forced on, and Russia maybe doesn't. Russia in theory should be able to defend their borders here, I think, versus UK landing squads. But the UK's got a lot of money. They got the Home Army and the Royal Army, just big fat stacks. I don't like only using... They're on the front. I don't like only using 2 generals here. I think that's a mistake. Looks like they're asleep at the wheel and they're actually going to lose, though. They fell asleep. Or did they get front spaghettied? Did their Spagoot get spagotted? You know who Spagoot got spagotted? Russia, because one of their generals died. If you watch this VOD, your general died, bro, and you could have won that war. You could actually bankroll your teammates actually according to the rule set? Really? You cannot, however, bankroll players that are not on your team. Oh. Alright. I'm mistaken then. I think someone in chat said you can't bankroll teammates earlier. And you guys are reading through the rule set more than me because I'm trying to keep eyes more on the action rather than that. But if you can bankroll your teams, they're going to be kicking themselves like later though because they were right here. I don't know if EIC got spaghettied. EIC's all on defense. They're just on a staring contest here. But they could have had it all. They should have had it all. They would have had it all. But the UK pays 0 for its debt. They do if they have happy boys. They do not have happy boys. They were paying 0 for their debt. Or their interest. They were paying 0, and then the petite bourgeoisie got unhappy. We lost the minus 30% from the old lady of Threadneedle Street, which gives you down to 0. But, this is such a hard thing to notice in real time. We do see another army gets there, though, and this army does have guys advancing. So, actually expecting to see the UK lose this, lose a war goal, or sorry, lose a victory point, and what do they have to show for it? Nothing, really. All that power and bluster, and from a like meta consideration perspective, first session over. I guess when they pause, we're gonna keep going until they decide to pause. From a meta perspective, you've also made another team not like you as much, and so well, I mean, it's like it's really bad if you just lose Sinai and nothing else. But if we think about what's happened, is Team 2 has, and to be fair, players shouldn't be vindictive, they should be trying to win, but if they are vindictive, Team 2 has reason to be mad at Team 3, right? Because Team 3 threatened them and got Switzerland. Team 3 has reason to be mad at Team 1, because of this war. And to some extent, Austria and France players, Team 2 and 3, have reason to be mad at Team 4 for the German player doing German things, but I feel like that's understood that that's going to happen, and so that doesn't necessarily hold out in terms of a grudge. And so Ottomans might complete Tanzimat with this. They're certainly able to push. It looks like the UK is trying to bring its troops back. There is occupation, and I mean, it's just looking straight up bad. You know, they don't have happy boys. They don't have happy boys. And so I think that this is just bad. What are they passing? The UK? Looks like nothing. Nothing? What can happen in order... It looks like they just decayed down from whatever advantages they had before, because they're at literal just 1 under. They do have Dickens. Shout out. He's got kidney stones, unfortunate. But, I mean, to be fair, they have the occupation in this, so it's not like they'll have to re-land. Yeah, the fact that they don't have to re-land if it gets spaghettied, and they can re-land if they lose it, is probably... It's probably fine. The UK probably wins this eventually. Well, we're swapping back and forth, but yeah, the fact that in my head, this was all Egypt, and, like, once they got pushed out, they would have to land it, but they don't have to land it, so... How do you get Charles Dickens as kings? How to get Charles Dickens as king in 1.8 as the UK? Kind of similar. I would still try and do it through a... I actually don't remember exactly how abdication works. I think you could still somewhat change laws. But you would get the PB as powerful as possible, and, you know, swap off and then swap back on. Try and get Charles Dickens to win an election. I do think that I have to experiment more with the abdicating. I don't know if you can still abdicate into it. You might be able to. You don't get radicals or disapproval for trying to pass the law. You just don't get a bunch of the, like, loyalists from abdicating anymore. Won't Team 3 get war score once they take over Sinai? They will. But the thing is they also have to protect against landings here, because the UK could just turn around and land Sinai while they're trying to push it back. I don't know if they have the troop count for that. It seems that they don't. I think Canada's kind of been chilling. A lot of players not really fully utilizing their infamy decay here in a lot of spots. I think everyone's kind of been on high infamy. Or, sorry, low infamy. Like, really low infamy for most of the game. But they're not allowed to expand in some places, so maybe this is just a manifestation of that. I think they can expand in some places. Brightside, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Like, swap to presidential, get PB most powerful, back to monarchy. Yeah, this will do it. I just, like, I know they changed abdication a little bit. I don't know if you can still do a little bit with abdication or if you can't. Is this another landing coming in? Looks like it. With 75% progress on the capital here. You're gonna need some fast fingers, though, for this. You're gonna need some fast fingers. I assume that the players are looking to end this war before they end the session. Because we also did start a little bit late. And so... this is looking... Why don't we do a little bit of, like, a vote, though? Who got the best of this session? Looks like people haven't... The vote has changed a little bit in terms of who they think is winning. And to be fair, to some extent, who wins this war, I mean, is going to greatly affect if you think Team 3 is in decent shape, I think. Because I think if Team 3 wins this war, they're in kind of okay shape. If they lose this war, they're in really bad shape. Because having to pay war reparations is quite a bit rough. This is still controlled by GB. And they have an advantage on the front. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. I think that GB should look to land right, like, here. And look to kind of spaghetti it, but... It's also hard to pay attention to multiple things at once, like their floating authority, these types of things. Trying to keep their queue going. They have a 1K construction. There's a lot going on. The old video you linked doesn't work anymore? Yeah. That's what I suspected. I know they sometimes change laws, but they might not change those types of laws. They might only change the law that they're agitating towards, rather than two presidential republic, two monarchy. Regarding the Austrian mutual investment thing, the buildings Austria builds that are government owned will get bought by the large investment pool of countries, letting them run more construction. I think that you paying for... Here's the thing, okay? 30%, or we have 30K here, let's call this 20K. 60% of the value of the building is in the dividends. The dividends are leaving the country. So you have to get at least a certain percentage of the building back as a result of this. You only get 1/3 of the value of the building bought, or you only pay 1/3 of the value when you buy it, roughly speaking. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but I'm not going to fully unpack it. But then you purchase 60% of the building's value. Even if Austria nominally gets more buildings like this, it's not mathematically worth it unless they are eventually going to turn around and seize all the buildings from these countries. If they are planning on going into Holland and just enforcing seizing all the buildings, then it makes some sense. But other than that, it doesn't mathematically make sense to do it. There are certain breakpoints of construction costs where it does make sense, and relative profitability of buildings where it does make sense. But with the 60% of the value going to balance and only 20% juicing up your economy and the wages, it's not worth it. Looks like Ottomans are about to get it forced on, which leaves just Russia. I don't know how the UK really forces on Russia here. Ooh! Oh, they're gonna get it! Oh, Russia, go! No? Okay. Well, UK is gonna start ticking down because Russia doesn't have any war goals on them, so, yeah. They just capitulate. Makes sense. So Ottomans get the worst of it. They are now paying war reparations. Persia is notably released. Oh no, wait, it's not released. Sorry, because they were part of Russia. And so that is the kind of conclusion of that war. So I guess not catastrophic for Team 3, but certainly not looking good for Team 3. I'm not sure if that war was worth it for the UK, but honestly the UK, I don't think really invested too much into conscription. It's difficult to say whether or not that was worth for them. I think that, honestly, if they're targeting another team, they should be targeting Team 4. They should be trying to target what they think is the second place team. And kick them down, but maybe they think actually Team 3 is the second place team, which is somewhat reasonable because they have Russia, Austria, and also the Ottoman Empire, but mainly the idea that they have two of the kind of the big swangers. But I don't think, I don't know, I'm not a fan of the eco plan Austria is rolling out here, of the mutual investment. If we compare them to the USA, who starts with a smaller GDP, well, I guess they're ahead of the USA. Man, is this, like, actually working for them? See, the thing is, it's working for them when they build in your country. It's just not working for them when they buy the buildings that you built in the country. Looks like they're looking to trade something. They do get the Switzerland all connected, per an agreement. GG, Team 3 is losing, yeah. Looks like 75% of you guys think that Team 1 is doing well. 15% think that Team 4, and 5% on Team 3, and 2% or 3% on Team 2. I think Team 2 had the rough, like, I think their team was, like, the worst team. Not the players, talking about the countries. And I think that, I would need to take a closer look, but I think I think some of Austria's agreements are good and some of them are bad. But there's just mutual invest in everyone, which is certainly interesting to watch and certainly interesting to tease through. Like, I think, for example, Baden was particularly good, but some of these other guys I think it just doesn't make sense on. Because I think that they are net purchasing more buildings than they are building in your country. So, for example, we're talking about how you're losing value, right? when they build this in our country, like the exact reverse happens. Oh my god, where's my... I used something to scratch my back, and I can't find it, and my back super itches. This is not good. Let's use an expo marker. But when someone else builds a building in your country, right, and instead of buying it, then that's just straight value for you, because then you're just getting wages. So then you get a 40% of a building for free, right? So that's good. Well, the problem is the AI generally has an empty investment pool, and you generally, or sorry, the AI generally has a really built-up investment pool, and you generally have an empty investment pool, although this Austria has a built-up investment pool, so he should add construction. And so when you have a empty investment pool and they have a built-up investment pool, generally speaking, they will be purchasing more buildings than they are building in your country, and this is why this is bad. But, I mean, Austria has investment pool, and maybe they're playing some kind of weird long game. I think Ottomans was a bad pick. There was no draft. There's just the teams got assigned the things. You with a much higher construction, you will depeasant much faster. True. True. You will depeasant faster, so this adds another layer to the math. They do depeasant faster. To be fair, they increase GDP faster. The problem is oh, we are comparing GDP of the USA and them. The problem here is that, okay, they have 70 million GDP. They only own 40% of it. So they own less GDP than, like, the USA owns. But also, like, it is depeasanting. There's, like, a lot of weird moving parts. But if each of the buildings, if the buildings on average are a 60-40 split, then this means for 40% of their economy, they're only controlling 40% of it. And so it's kind of like having 56% of this GDP total, right? The 40% you do own, right? And then you own your overseas stuff too. But like, in terms of the GDP, it's like, 0.56 times 70 million, right? So it's like the GDP is around 38 million, right? And so, you know, taking a look here, what's this? Bro. They're starting another big-ass war. To be fair, USA doesn't own all of its GDP, too. So, there's that. But, what's this about? Conquer New York. What the Brother, what's that? I don't know if I like going for the throat here, but I guess that's what they're doing. USA, for whatever reason, didn't actually move their capital to New York, which seems like a mistake. You're not allowed to conquer capitals. So if you're going to build up here, and it's just going to be a better place for your capital anyways, because your capital is where a whole bunch of financial districts happen, this seems like a just massive mistake. Where is the U.S. capital? It's not in district. Oh, it is in district? I guess, like, the arable land is just, like, a sufficient enough thing. They shouldn't have gone for war reps. They should have gone for something else. War reps will be impossible to enforce on the UK unless they... No, this is a mistake here. This isn't good. Looks like Quebec is it here. They should have gone for, like, something off of Quebec. The USA is not going to receive any help from their team because no one can help out because of where the strategic region is. There was no one with a interest in the Northeast up here. I mean, I think USA can't 1v1 Great Britain, so you would need to have your teammates deck. Your teammates are Prussia and Spain. I guess Prussia's got their own problems in terms of the money. They're still not in good shape. They deleted down construction. They're like, they can't really scrape. They have no navy. So, I mean, maybe this is okay. Well, it's actually just like disgustingly effective because New York has quite a few, well, not an insane amount of financial districts, I guess. And they're not taking over these. T-Rex arms, rooting general's back. On God, for real. Seriously, dude. I, like, can't reach the middle of my back. It's, like, so... It's a problem. Today I learned 200 mil, it also boosts your minting. Yes. And then at 200 mil, you hit the cap. I don't... The reason for the cap's not even really there anymore, but, To be fair, I like decking on USA more than I like decking on the Ottoman Empire. And maybe they're trying to truce juggle. If they're trying to do that, I don't know why they don't also have Humiliates in here. I think Humiliates and War Reps should also be in here. But, fair enough. That way the USA can't join plays against them. I guess when you're on top, you stay on top. Well, all the teams are allowed to dogpile the UK. I don't know if the UK wins versus dogpile. The problem is like, if Quebec has a truce with the USA, you kind of have a hard time going after Quebec. So you have to go after the EIC. And how exactly are you getting to the EIC now? I guess through Persia. So Russia's got to be in on it, but they have a truce. So maybe you try and truce juggle. I feel like if the players are heads up and smart about things, though, they will... I mean, look, the 9v3 definitely goes to the 9, right? And so I think this is one of the reasons from a meta perspective, even though this like kind of looks okay to go against the USA, I think you really put a target on your back in playing like this. And maybe the target's not big enough and the players can't organize around going against you, but yeah. Rip Team 4? I think Team 4 is an okay state still. How did Quebec get so good? Or big? UK researched nationalism and started unifying. It's just kind of a normal looking Canada. Already they have the war goal, but the front is funny. The front is real funny. Yeah, it looks like the USA is just gonna lose. I wonder how much they're even conscripting up here. Yeah, they have nowhere near the troop level of the UK. UK really super running away from it. The thing is the metrics by which you judge the UK's power and this type of stuff just actually don't bear out correctly. The UK is an like economic powerhouse, but their GDP is like hidden. And like to some extent this mod helps to show you that 70% like okay, they have 170% of GDP total, right? Roughly 60% of their GDP is just hidden inside the EIC. So the UK itself is way stronger than it looks because they effectively have, you know, like, what is this, like nearly 200 million GDP. So they're just like way stronger than the USA. And it's like not close. And like also just like, you just get disgusting opportunities for like really profitable buildings in the EIC. Your reinvestment, you start out with so many more financial districts, which like just snowballs you really hard as well as the UK. Man, things is looking rough for the non-UK players, eh? They're running a deficit. It's around minus 300k when you take into account transfer. So yeah, UK player is too good. Isn't Team 1 a bit strong from the beginning? I'm not sure if I would call the UK team necessarily the strongest team. Like in terms of going into this game, my feeling was that teams 1 and 4 were the strongest teams. And that what the question was for me is, can USA really ramp migration really strongly or not? And the thing is, UK just gets to disgustingly pop off with war reparations here. And to be fair, look at a big chunk of their income is just ripping stuff out from the East India Company, but they're also getting now 37k in war reps. Really rough. I expect this might be the end of the session. I don't know. I'm not the one running it. I'm just casting it. But the reason it was called the Victorian era? Yeah, basically. Well, like, see, at Game Start, France can fight, like, the Great Britain. But now, like, if you think about the teams that have fought each other a whole bunch, it was everyone but Team 1 had entered in a relatively big war as a result of Germany, right? Because Germany fought Austria in this big slog, and then Germany fought France in this big slog. And so France, Germany, and Austria all weakened, and these are the three like kind of bigger powers that can do something about Great Britain. Russia was also like they fought them a little bit, but like they fought an asymmetric 2v3, and then now the UK turns around and they like beat up USA a little bit. So Team 1's got this locked down. Maybe. The thing is, the teams will have time to coordinate. After the session, the teams will be able to look at. I don't think Team 1 wins a 9v3, like even anywhere close. And so Team 4 has no pops for internal migration as well. But for external migration, they're absolute killers, except for they haven't been using their edicts, and they've been losing the it's like a winner-take-all-ish game in mass migration attraction, and they've been letting Quebec have more migration attraction. Now they have quite a bit more. Oh, did they take New York for Quebec? Rough. But like, New York was an insane, or is an insane state. Looks like they've taken it for Quebec. Like, look at this. Iron mines, super big miss. You're gonna build up this tall? Like, what does Penn look like? Penn better have the same amount of iron mines. No. Oh, jeez, that's so brutal. 10 million GDP in New York. Like, you gotta move your capital to New York here. I'm gonna see if everyone's all in one call, and if they are, I'm gonna join them and see what's going on. Looks like they're not, so not sure exactly what's going on. There's just this extended pause where it looks like two teams are discussing with each other. It looks like it's teams 2 and 3, maybe, discussing with each other and also talking with the other team. So they're letting everyone who's not Team 1 seems to be discussing things. And we don't necessarily get to hear that, although we could just jump in. Americans could have done authority PB puppeting of all Americas before the other powers and allowed to pop 30 edicts. Yeah, so this is another thing, is I think that to some extent the subjugating or use of infamy decay was, the ball was dropped by Spain and USA. Oop. That might be the game. Or proceeds out.
Yeah, I think early
Is that the end of the session?
So this is
Yeah, what happened?
yeah.
Like,
Okay.
5 minutes earlier.
Did anyone?
Controversy.
There was no controversy?
Wow,
There is a
Percy. No,
controversy.
I guess there
No,
was.
it was like a bit of a rule break, but yeah, that's.
What was the rule break?
There was? What
I'm
was
still
the-
streaming, by the way. I'm still streaming.
Okay, yeah, sure. So I was like attacking Spain for the Baleares, and then he traded the state away to Austria.
No, so the thing is,
Oh,
Spain
that's a
claims
horrible
that,
break.
Spain claims that he traded the state away before the offer was.
they were
before the
talking
declaration
for
was
like
sent.
10, 20 minutes about
And
trying
then
to.
It doesn't
pick
even
on
make
the
sense.
Canal.
Why
It
would should he? Why would he even be allowed to trade it to an enemy? I don't get it.
I mean, it's
He's not
technically
even allowed.
rules.
We even told him
No,
explicitly.
the thing is,
that
Percy,
he's
you're
not
mad about
allowed to trade it.
Germany having it though. That's what I'm confused about. Why do you care if Germany has it? He's on my team. Like, why is that a bad thing? Why do you
No,
care?
You broke his war goal. You broke
just
his war goal.
you just avoided the war. And now you
Okay,
even
with
have
the
a truce,
war,
so
if you wanna, you can fight the Germans. Then he's on the
Okay.
team. You fight them anyways.
This war is way harder to win. Like now,
Exactly. Oh, the war's harder to win. The war's okay. So what if we traded the state a year ago? Would it matter?
Then you should have done that. Maybe that would have been smart.
So okay, Duluth, you see that? He's mad that he doesn't get the easy war anymore, but he still can fight the war. It's a lot harder now, so he's mad about it.
He also
I
gets a
mean,
truce.
there's a lot of little things that can make the game a lot easier. Like if you guys allied US, that would be a lot easier. If Austria and Ottomans allied,
We
that
are
would
the
be a lot
U.S. team. What do you
easier.
mean if we allied U.S.? What?
Yeah, like if you had defensive pact with US, so you could fight that. Like there are a lot of little things you can't be like, oh, like.
Anyways, it sounds like no one's talking, so I'm gonna wrap up my stream. Or I got kicked. Wait, what? Alright. What happened there? I don't even know what happened there. But it does seem like there is a little bit of drama. I mean, look, if the thing says you can't trade war goals, you can't just like I think like the oversight is immediately brought to your awareness when someone decks on a war, and at that point I think it's too late. So I think like I don't know what the solution is, but landing Spain is like way easier. Stir the pot. We could stir the pot. Spain's playing dirty. I mean, like, I think the rules is the rules. I think you brick a war goal. Like, you're bricking a war goal. And like, this is like, as soon as escalation happens, then you trade it. Like, I don't know, chat. What do you think? I mean, like, the thing is, you can't, like, undo the thing. You can't, what the solution is to somehow escalate the play, and if, like, if Great Britain, or whoever declared the war can enforce any war goal on Spain, then it's, like, But they also got to have truces here, as well, so now you can't deck on Spain. Like, it messes up the whole timing. To be fair, I think UK could also just win against Germany here. Yeah. That wasn't a small rule IMO. But I don't think that was a small rule at all. I think you playing dumb and then someone pointing out that you were doing something that was less intelligent, you know, by keeping Belarus on Spain, and then you like that's a point at which skill is expressed, right? Where whether or not you correctly trade this as per the rule set or not is an example of skill, and then someone effectively points it out to you, and who's trying to abuse the fact that you made the mistake, and then you you just trade it. Like, you also know what you're doing when you're trading it. You know that you're breaking the war goal. It's not like you accidentally did it. So this game doesn't let you trade states while in Diplo plays, so how did this happen? I don't know then. The mod might allow you to trade states. You are right, but I don't know how they did that. Unless they misrelayed the information to me about something being a war goal. Is anyone guaranteeing the Netherlands? No one has Friesland yet? No one has Friesland yet. But, would it be not okay if they had waited for, Belarus to get occupied? If Germany declared on Spain for it, that would have made sense, but... Wait, who's Germany? Prussia, USA, Spain. Yeah, but you also, you incur truces. Other meaningful things, have happened as a result of this. You also... I'm not sure if they had an alliance before. I assume they didn't. So now they have an alliance, whereas they didn't have an alliance before. Does Germany have an interest here? Germany does have an interest here. Okay. If Germany didn't have an interest here, then you'd be effectively, acquiring a much better play. I mean, it's a much better play if it's targeting, if you don't have to enforce on Germany, so... I don't know. It's also not my game, not my enforcement, so I don't have to do anything. Can you please summarize what wanted, who wanted the islands? UK declared for Belarus as a war goal, and then they somehow traded it to Germany. Oh, you know what happened, Connor? Is they traded it as the Diplo demand was incoming. Was what happened. Okay, Spain was in our VC. He knew he was going to deck on him for the islands. That's like the managing of the VC. There's like no rules for how VCs happen. He transferred a state when the war was threatened, so he couldn't happen. Is clearly a massive rule break. I agree. He decked war on his teammate. That's another rule break. Oh, with German truce, so it can't be it. No. It's the. As it was. There's no play before you decline or accept the play. So he said, I'm just going to give it away, and I think sent the offer to Austria before Japan decked on him. Yeah. He could have had the Conquer State war goal prompt, but didn't accept to deny it, and so traded it. I think this is how it happened. Maybe let chat vote where... Well, I don't enforce the rules here. I'm not the arbiter of this. This is hosted by someone else, so whether or not chat thinks it's a rule break... I mean, I guess, just in case you guys want to see what the rest of you guys think, let's do it. I mean, I think the solution is simple. You just gift it back to, or like, I think you kind of have to gift the state to the UK, or, like, let the you can't undo the, like, being able to declare on Spain. Like, I don't know. Literally, what I wrote up there, Matthew. Could have gotten the Conquer State. Yeah. I think that's what happened. I think if that's what happens, it's technically allowed. I think it's already a war goal then. It's not a war goal that in an active play, but it is a war goal. In my opinion, I would consider that a war goal already, even though it's not a war goal in an active play. I suppose there's actually not a play wherein there is a war goal. There's just a threat, but Generalist is not his brother's keeper, that's right. Why is this such a big deal, though? Can't the UK just demand again from Germany? Or the assumption that Germany wouldn't have joined the war if Spain is just Spain? It would have been much easier to enforce on Spain. So, Team 4 misplayed by keeping the Belarus on Spain. This is something we even said very close to the beginning of the stream, that they should just hand Belarus to, or I said they should hand Belarus to the USA, because the USA will be harder to enforce on. And so he could have forced the play, that's true. I mean, in my opinion, it already counts as a war goal when you put it in. Great Britain is utterly broken, and I understand it's historical, but they could have had more negative events. To be fair, like, all of Team 2 and 3 were fighting each other before the UK decided to start running over stuff. Game needs a ref? I think there is a ref. I think there's someone, whoever's the host of the game. The problem is the ref is playing, I think. But, like, we can see what chat decides. Chat decides overwhelmingly that it was a rule break. Alright, let's see. What do then? This is the crux of the issue. I think everyone kind of... It's obvious that it's a rule break, I think, to some extent. I mean, I think it's a rule break. But the question is, what should you do about it? Should you... Alright, let's do another poll. What do? You have to trade it to UK, who demanded it, and then you traded it away. That would be an active punishment that's not restoring parity. You let the UK deck on Germany. Which is effectively just pushing it. Penalize points. Maybe is an option. And you could also let them deck on Germany, but only have to enforce on Spain. And if it's Spain, then they get to transfer, something like this. But you could make an argument that's not a rule break, but you guys were like 80%, so, or over 80%. There's nothing about trading states in war goals. It's about contesting war goals, if I remember correctly. I thought it said no bricking war goals. That is technically different, though, yeah. If the ref is playing, he's not really a ref. Yeah, I mean, this is my understanding. They only have so many players, and someone wants to, like, play. I'm uninterested in enforcing a rule set that's not my own. Return the Balearics to Spain, and they can't trade them for the rest of the game. Um, let's do that as our last option. I think a fifth option would have been, you know, you declare on Germany, but you only have to enforce on Spain. France is actually doing decent low-key. Yeah, I think France is kind of doing alright. I mean, everyone's way behind the UK, like, on an individual performance level, but that's to be expected. UK's teammates are funneling them. So, like, that's always gonna happen. And they hurt Germany a lot, yeah. There's no rule that says no bricking? Yeah. It depends how technically you want to get. Technically, the EIC can also hand states to the UK in a roundabout way, I believe, by transferring it to their subjects and then feeding it to the UK up the vine, which is something that they didn't want. A points penalty, though, like just a 1-point penalty, is rather benign. I mean, we could look at the exact rule set. I think that, like, it's very much not in the spirit of the thing, but... and so... Well, actually, this... You can only trade states with host permission. They obviously broke this rule, right?
Hello there.
Hey. Yes?
You're okay with me being here?
Huh? I can leave if you want me to. Why, what's up? If someone wanted to talk to me.
I was just gonna say, I saw on the stream that you're talking about, like, the Spain thing.
Yeah.
And I think probably what's gonna end up happening is Japan's just gonna get it. That's what had happened. Japan had decked for it.
Okay, that seems like a solution. Do you care what my chat thinks on it? We gave 4 options, and one of them was.
I don't know. You'd have to.
Okay, yeah, it does. I was just. I'm not suggesting it. I'm curious. Well, with 4 options, one of them trading it to whoever decked the war goal. That one has 27% think that should be the choice. 15% say let UK deck on Germany for it. 38% think that it should just be a points penalty. And 17% say return Spain, and Spain cannot trade it away for the remainder of the game.
Oh, interesting.
So that's what the people think. But it was apparently I thought it was decked by UK and not Japan.
No, it was Japan.
Yeah,
I'm not the one who makes the rules. I'm just the EIC player.
Yeah, it seems like a rule break of the you can't trade states without host permission rule, just
yeah,
like categorically.
Yeah. It definitely is a rule break.
So I thought it was a bricking war goals rule break, which technically it looks like isn't a rule, but you can't.
Yo.
Hey. So
yo, what's going on, guys?
We were just discussing what the Polaris with chat, like, after the fact, and what chat thought, and also I was giving, like, my thoughts. Like, I think chat thinks it should be a point penalty, which wouldn't have been my solution, but I do think it's like
we came up with a solution. We're just gonna fight a war.
You're just gonna fight a war?
You're gonna fight it? Oh, okay.
That's interesting. Will any enforcement on Spain count? Or will you have to enforce on Germany?
Oh, on Spain.
Okay, that seems fine as well. Do you have a way to override the truce?
Was completely retarded. I don't know why he did that shit.
Yeah. Well, he did it so that he wouldn't lose Belarus.
I know why he did
I think it's obvious why he did it.
Like, it's obviously not, like, allowed.
Because he received the demand and then he traded the state, right? That's how the only way that works. Yeah. As the demand was still present, he just traded away the state.
I know what happened, but, like, it was just
I give the state away.
Thought it was okay.
Yeah, so, like, I mean, that's like, I thought there was a no bricking war goals rule, but I don't see that anywhere in your rule set. Other than
So
you
the
can't declare
problem
on
was
allies.
it
There's
was
the
so
Civil War.
close.
There's the
Because
Civil
normally
War.
these are like avoided by like playing the game normally.
Well, but when you're playing competitive, people don't play the game normally.
I mean, we have rules against breaking
Wait.
war goals with civil wars and stuff like
Uh,
that.
I
Yeah,
guess-
but
I was
I
not.
guess-
if
No,
team
I told the
Horrible.
person that made the rules about like he just like overlooked it, and I told him like we need to fix this. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's stupid.
Well, I mean, there's always like tiny fringe cases. Like for example, if the teams collectively decide that Team 1 is too big and too bad, or like whatever, like the big bad wolf, then when they declared for New York, what they could have done is they could have had Team 2 also declare for New York and then capitulate to Team 2 instead of losing New York to Team 1.
I mean, yeah. Normally we like don't allow that type
Yeah,
of stuff.
yeah,
on the-
that's
on the
that's what I
server.
assume because it's like
So like if that
It's
happened, like,
kinda
I-
silly.
like as me and Duluth's host, we just would have been like, "How that's not allowed."
yeah, no, that's fair enough. It's just like when people are trying to push to the absolute limit of those things, but the rule set says you can't trade without host permission. So, like,
Yeah.
you didn't pause
Yeah,
and
I'm
ask
pretty sure you
permission.
didn't. Duluth, I'm pretty sure you didn't ask Duluth if you could trade it. I was in the VC.
What do you mean?
He didn't ask Duluth first before you could trade if you could trade Valeria.
Oh, I didn't. Are you supposed to? Honestly, that's
Yeah.
my bad for the trade thing.
Dude,
Okay. Listen.
Oh my
Listen. I was not trying to avoid the war goal. The main thing I was trying to do was just give it to a different power before they decked the war. For the past 20 minutes, they were talking about killing me, basically. I'm like, if you
Yeah.
guys do it, if you guys talk about it, I'm gonna give it to the Russians. And then they were like, all right, deck the war. I launched the trade state. Then the war goal comes in, and then it's a whole debacle. It's not savory on my
I mean,
part. but I was just like-
if you wanted to
Wait,
give
who
it to
clicked
Russians, you should have
first?
just told him to like conquer it.
I
then it
clicked
would've
generals.
been
I
fine.
clicked first because I was listening to them talk. Procy says I didn't.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
to be fair, it's
either
my
way, you need
reverse
to ask
case.
permission.
Listen, Lando,
according to
if
the
you
rule set,
wanted to
but-
actually do what you did, you should have just told Austria that got me for Belarus because France.
No,
was-
I know. But the thing is, it shouldn't have become a big problem because we could have just rolled back 2 weeks and everything would have been fixed. But then Proceed, he really didn't want to fight the war, and I was kind of pushing it, so it's whatever.
Wait, how long ago did this happen?
I mean, this argument was just retarded.
This was-
Landip,
this was
and
right before the
It could
war
have
ended.
easily been avoided.
Right before.
I
Wait,
don't think there's anything else to say about it. It's just retarded.
well, why don't you just
Showing
load the
up
autosave and just fight the Spain war?
Yeah, that's what we're
Yeah,
doing.
that's what we're doing. But
Oh, okay, gotcha. I thought you were saying you have to fight Germany for it now. Yeah, no, that seems like a solution. Yeah.
But what's gonna end up happening, Generalist, is that it's gonna be a basically free war. If Germany owned it, we'd at least have a chance. But yeah, they're probably just gonna take it instantly, so it's not even really a point. That's why it was such a big deal transferring to state, because it
Yeah.
basically loses us the game.
I mean, over half the points are at the session 3.
Yeah, and since the USA's out in Spain, I just lost Portugal and about to lose the Belarus. Just kind of like, eh. I
Yeah,
don't
you
know.
guys are pretty cooked.
Yeah, we're pretty. I was already telling Duluth this before the game, but whatever.
I don't know. I think you guys win a 9v3.
Yeah, I think we have a
In
late income
93?
bag.
Yeah,
No.
well, I mean, like,
I don't think so. Because USA lost New York, and I think it's over for them
Yeah.
now. Like,
is the
No,
USA player in here?
USA should have put his
No.
capital in New York.
Oh,
a-
yeah, that's
an
what-
oversight
yep.
that he
Yeah,
did.
it was in Washington. I thought Laws was the GOAT. I don't know what happened.
yeah, you
I
should have
saw
put
that.
his
It's
capital. It
heartbroken.
could have been avoided.
I guess to be fair, he did get invaded through Canada into New York instantly. So
Yeah, this is
honestly,
No.
either way,
He only had 4 troops defending the naval invasion, so it, yeah, it just went through.
yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't good, but
I think the move for my team to like not be completely useless is just tell the other teams to just like let's gang up on UK.
Yeah.
that might be.
honestly,
What's gonna happen?
yeah, I think a new team should be like, I don't even know, drop India, replace it with like USA,
Yeah,
No
I knew
India
that this was
player.
gonna happen. I
and
knew
then-
this was gonna happen.
put like France on like a, I don't know actually. You have to swap everything around. Was the
Uh,
stream good though,
They're-
Generalist?
the stream's doing pretty good. There's still 180 people in here. If you guys
Oh, you're
like,
still streaming?
Really?
yeah, I'm still streaming.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Because the drama's like the perfect punctuation mark. Because everyone getting upset is like,
Dude, the
If you're
drama's
gonna-
good.
if you're
Please,
gonna,
me and
like-
proceed. It's funny
No,
because, oh my god, it's just no drama. If the drama is real, it's
but
yeah, I don't know. That's funny.
I think that like it's still very possible for a team other than Team 1 to win. I think it's really tough for Team 2 to win. I think Team 2 also just is way weaker than the other teams.
K team's gonna
Team two,
sweep.
yeah.
I'm so sorry to tell you.
Yeah, I think the only
Currently-
competitor is the Russia team.
Currently, when we looked at the construction last, which is kind of a metric of success, Team 1 has 1,500 construction, Team 2 has 1,000 construction, Team 3 has 710 construction, and Team 4 has 730 construction.
Yeah, Moha has a lot of construction.
Yeah, it's disturbing now.
Yeah,
He's just building in me at this point.
Wait, Team 3 is 700? Are you kidding me?
No, Team 3... Austria is doing some interesting things. Austria might be cooking, and I don't know what they're cooking, whether it's their brand or they're, like, cooking, and they're going to come up with, like, things are going to pan out their way, because they have, like, infinite investment rights. I think it's bad. I'm not really sure. It's very interesting to watch.
Yeah, it's not a good strat.
I've done that
seen it
before
before,
too.
dude.
It's
Not
bad.
good.
Yeah, it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
Do you
What
know
was
why
late to the
Austria
board?
didn't join the Sinai War, like the Egypt War?
I have no idea.
Oh, yeah. I don't even
It
know,
was kind
dude.
of close, honestly, because me and Moha kind of played it terribly, so it was kind of close.
I did see some screw-ups, but it worked out in the end, didn't it?
Yeah, it worked out in the end just because we were so much stronger than them. But
Yeah.
I think that
played pretty poorly.
I was a little surprised not to see USA and Spain subjugate all of the Americas in the first, like, 15 years.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I thought they were going to do
What
that,
happened?
but France just...
They've
decided
waited
to
out their
extend.
timers, and now they're like able to be attacked by UK, and
Yeah.
so now they're in a really dangerous position, I think.
Do you guys have any last thoughts for the stream regarding how things went? There was 2 really spicy wars. Is the Prussia player in here? Or no?
No, he just left.
Okay. Because the
Yeah,
wars were interesting between Prussia and Austria and France and Germany.
Mhm.
Yeah. They like each of those wars, like if the Austria and France used like way more conscription edicts, they probably would have had a decent shot.
Did they not use the edicts?
I think Austria didn't use them at all, and then France only used like 2, and that was after like the war had already started, and Germany just used like 8 or 9 or something, and just like full sent. Germany also like went into default.
Yeah, I know. I think that
economy
it
was
was
terrible.
I think it was a bad decision to do what Germany did. I think they built way too many troops. Their economy is super weak.
Yeah, so that's the trade-off.
Yeah, I don't think I think it was a bad decision because they spent so much money on their military, and yeah, their economy is just way too weak. They're never gonna catch up to anybody now.
Yeah.
So I think it was a mistake.
The like really hard decision point is when you're playing as France and you're gonna lose the war, you probably just capitulate way earlier because it helps your team and it helps the German team, but because there's 4 teams, it's not like hurting Germany more is not worth hurting yourself.
It probably was in this case because Germany had like 1,000 battalions.
Yeah, but I'm saying the if it's
In most cases,
if it's minus 10 EV for Germany and minus 5 EV for France, the problem is it's neutral EV for the other 2 teams. So overall, your ability to perform against the other 2 teams is like
that's true.
hampered by like if it lowers your power by 5 and Germany by 10, you're still gonna have a harder time with the other 2 teams now.
I guess that's true. Yeah. France lost the Indian treaty port as well.
Oh man,
which is really bad for them. Yeah.
India decked on them.
Yeah, I
prior
decked
to
on
the,
him immediately after
war.
the Franco-Prussian War.
And not during. You had to wait because they didn't have.
Not allowed. Yeah, we had to wait.
Yeah.
That's such a like a weird mechanic. But right now, 2 of the.
No, it makes sense.
Well, right now you guys can completely dogpile Team 1 though, right?
Yes.
Because they have.
Yeah.
But if Team 1 released as independent Crete, you couldn't.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
But we want the points. We're both Team 1, by the way.
Okay.
I'm India and
Yes,
he's...
I'm Quebec.
Yeah, you.
My son took fucking Lower Canada instead of Upper Canada, and I didn't realize I made it Quebec instead of Canada. So
Yeah, the chat was asking about that. You have almost as much GDP as the USA. USA owns most of its GDP though, so like USA is still stronger. But
yeah. but
Yeah,
New
it's
York
a 10 million
funded.
swing on both directions. That's really rough.
USA lost all their iron though, which is really painful.
They built
really
up
painful to see.
45 in New York. They only have 2 in
Yeah.
Pennsylvania. So
Yeah.
Quebec is the number 3
It's
producer
explode,
now.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely super brutal. I mean, they should have moved their capital there,
They should have, yeah.
Yes,
or at least to
they should have,
Pennsylvania. I don't know. The where I don't
He hasn't
even.
built in Pennsylvania. Yeah,
He has a
built
bunch of coal.
all his iron there.
Pennsylvania
Oh,
has all the
okay,
coal.
okay.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
and wood.
So we take that next, spend it's all
Oh
good.
no,
Yeah, yeah.
not like this. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I think the other teams can 9v3 you guys, but
They
I guess
can't
we'll
right
see.
now. I think only 2 teams.
No,
can
they
deck
can't.
on us
They
right
can't.
now.
They can't right now. Right now,
Right.
because they don't have enough boats. Actually, like I'm not a fan of the rule set. Like only 1 naval landing per strategic region, because that makes it so that Japan and Great Britain, like if you just transfer them like 3 war goals, like they could just lock it up. You know,
Yeah.
or 3 of the
I mean,
victory points.
we have that rule because like otherwise they would just do like 1 million naval invasions on 1 HQ, and it would just be too many battles.
Right, but if
Kind
you
of an easy way
have
to land.
if you have 500,000 troops and 500 boats,
Yes.
you should probably be able to do 500 full stack landings.
Maybe. I don't know.
And like, I mean, that could be like, if you wanted to do it, that could be a solution. You can only add an additional landing for every 100 troops. Obviously, you shouldn't change it mid rule set or mid, like,
Look for next
whatever.
Oh, it's
Well,
less.
the issue is
it's-
that naval invasions are super powerful.
Yeah, it's more of the game is structured in a way that makes it difficult.
Right.
to,
But if UK
allow.
parks 120 infantry in North Sea and 120 infantry in the home country, and then 120 infantry on each of the wargles, especially the ones that are islands, then I don't think you could get them, especially the island ones. The island ones actually only one person can land at a time. Like Belarus, once you have it, good luck taking it because only 1 landing can go in at a time.
That's true.
Same with Crete.
Yeah. So I was just like at the start I was thinking, wow, you just transfer like all the stuff to Japan, and Japan's like impossible to enforce on.
Well, it's 1 per strategic region.
Yeah, Japan only has 1.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, UK has 2, but like that is per strategic region, like creates like a weird asymmetry that's not like present in the game otherwise. Because like you can land on 2 on the UK, but only 1 on Japan, and you can land 5 on the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's the same way with Russia. It punishes Russia really badly too.
You could do it 1 per player, but like again, like the rule set is what it is. Like players like decided what country they wanted to play in light of the rule set. You shouldn't like, or I'm not the arbiter, but I think you shouldn't change it mid flight.
Yeah.
But isn't the person who's like the rule decider also playing?
Yes, he's playing Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that like has a layer of complexity.
And, the Japan player made the mod.
Yeah.
I mean, like a lot of people made the rules. I think the Russia player was also involved in making the rules too.
The that he made the rules is like for me like, or like I guess concerning is not the right word. It's less like problematic than that he's the one who's interpreting the rules and is playing.
Yeah.
Which like I don't want to interpret the rules. This is your guys' like rule set.
Yeah.
But
Everybody is forced to give war reps to host. Yeah. Everyone has to give war reps to host.
Something like that. It's like it creates a environment where you know, if something's close and you could interpret it one way or the other, it's more likely to go. And then like it's tough because it should absolutely be the case that things should go Russia's way sometimes, but like you know,
a little bit.
I don't know. I don't think he would do that because I mean I'm pretty sure he's also the one like putting in the prize pool money. So I mean, like, it's not
Yeah,
like he's,
that's fair. Well,
you know.
people still like to win, even if it's not about the money.
I guess that's true. I don't think he'd do that.
No, I'm not saying anything about him particularly. I don't know the guy at all. I'm just saying the nature of the thing.
Okay.
Like,
Good guy.
I'm saying
Yeah.
I
guess
wouldn't
it's true.
I hate playing when I host a multiplayer competitive game. I hate playing because I know that I am now biased by virtue of playing.
I guess that's true.
In my opinion, in an unavoidable way. Although, like, that's just like how I look at it. So, but
I guess we could have some referees.
did you guys?
Could get,
Did you guys, your team one, did you guys feel like team one just categorically was the best? I mean, you chose to be team one.
Absolutely.
But you just thought it
Yes,
was
absolutely.
unambiguously the strongest team?
Honestly, I chose to be Spain, but it got filled before I could get it, so I just kind of slotted.
I thought, going into it, I know a lot of people thought team three looked the strongest because it was Russia, Austria, plus...
No.
And then, well, they also have control over two victory points at game start, effectively. Which I think is advantageous.
Yeah.
The way you snaked it in the Oman War was very cute.
Yeah, I know. That was so lucky.
It was very good, yeah.
Because they didn't get a notification, and you just got like 2 of the victory points, and it was like very nice. I thought Team 1 and 4 was like the strongest, with a heavy asterisk next to USA. I think the USA wasn't fighting for mass migrations as hard as they should have been.
No, I won those.
Yeah,
I got
They
French,
tried.
French.
They
Got
tried. They
French.
tried. They really tried.
They put down
rushed steel frame to get.
That's true, they
Statue
did.
of Liberty. Yeah.
They did that.
well, they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't use a lot of edicts.
Oh,
To be fair, the Great Britain gets way more authority.
Yeah.
And they weren't using any edicts at the start, and so Great Britain was getting them all at the start, and then it shifted to like Quebec. And to be fair, I don't know if the USA can even compete with Quebec now because Quebec has Statue of Liberty. So,
No.
like,
I believe it's the highest in the world almost.
it's like, it'll to some extent it'll depend on what the pop is, right? Because if USA is underpopulated
That's
enough, their unused arable land will carry it. But like,
what? Are they on discrimination still?
Yeah. Does he still have slavery? I'm not familiar.
Because I moved down to the second.
He still has
one of my
slavery
like,
and racial
capitalism.
segregation.
Okay.
Okay, so I actually I think I'm more accepting
Plays a
then.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah. That definitely plays a role.
Yeah.
You're also going to have higher SOL with homesteading.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he is homesteading too, but...
Yeah. Well, as soon as they get like multiculturalism, they'll just get the Indian migrants anyway.
Yep.
So they'll still get more.
Oh, did you open borders as EIC?
No, but with migration controls, I'm pretty sure they'll still be leaving. I don't know if in vanilla.
Oh, intra market migration is allowed, right?
Yeah, inter-market migration.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look, I've got a bunch of the north, maybe the central Indian pops.
Migration controls gives authority.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of the mod. That was
an interesting
okay. The
and no
thing is,
migration controls loses you authority.
Migration controls used to be really stupid in this mod because it used to be closed borders gave % authority, and then Proceed realized that was ridiculously overpowered for like Russia and India and stuff.
I mean,
so he got rid of it.
Looks like they migration controls gives % authority.
Migration control. I think the migration controls having authority is like a leftover from that.
Oh, just they forgot to take it out.
Yeah, I think he forgot to change it.
Migration controls meta now.
It's
on like
say that.
on India and Russia, but probably not on like any migration countries. It's still probably not worth it. Yeah.
You kind of need to just have migration to them.
Right.
Unless you get
Migration controls would
multiculturalism,
be like
I
minus
guess.
authority.
I have like one more question for you guys. So, in general, I guess this is mostly Team 1. Is there anyone from a different team in here?
Yeah. No, it's all. It's
okay.
It's me. It's India and Canada.
In general, I think that you guys probably like should have tried not to look as scary as early because I think that the other teams just try and 9v3 you now. Did you like discuss at all like the possibility of just like laying low and not going for VPs this early?
We did. So
Yeah.
Moha's strategy entirely, because I wanted to be even more aggressive. I wanted to take Persia day one. Moha is the UK player.
Yeah.
And he was like, no, I don't want to
He's
do
very
that.
good.
I just want to stay back and scale.
Yeah.
And so that's what he did. He scaled until he felt like he was strong enough to beat everybody all at once, and he feels that way now. And so that's when we started decking wars.
I think
is when we thought we were just way stronger than everybody else.
I think it would have been a lot stronger if you just waited till the second session, because you only got like 20 minutes of wars, or 30 minutes of wars.
Good. But we did get New York. So
You
there's
did
that.
get New York, that's true, and you got some victory points. But from a meta perspective, or like in game, is probably correct. But like from a broader meta perspective, the like them being mad at each other for like the Germany wars and like this type of stuff might have been better, or
We
not.
set
I don't
ourselves
know.
up as the big bad, pretty much. Are gonna get coalition. If not.
I'm
we're
also
at the
generally
point-
really passive, so in games.
Moha is a very aggressive player, and I kind of agree with him. At this point, we might be, able to win that, even if we're fighting all the other teams.
9v3. Well, nobody has any boats.
Exactly.
UK and
Yeah.
Canada. Take Baleares and then maybe pick up Holland and then just kind of sit there.
USA has some boats, but like people are allowed to build boats.
Yeah, they just aren't.
I think that the fact that it might be impossible for you to lose Baleares and Crete if you if you just build a 600 stack army and stack one stack in each HQ.
Yeah. Well, next session, I mean, we're already at the point to where everybody's gonna deck on us. So next session, it's just gonna be a question of like whether or not we can kill enough people before they, get to us first.
Yeah, I mean nobody can land the UK.
Yeah.
Other than USA,
or India
maybe.
now. Nobody can land India either because there's no treaty ports anymore. We took them all.
I mean, they can deck on Macron and then land you.
They could, yeah.
Or they're in the British
Or
market.
Afghanistan.
They could deck on
Afghanistan is
Siam
also there.
and get in. Yeah, Russia could just go through the top. So like, it's way easier to access EIC than it is actually like either Quebec or Great
It's still
Britain.
pretty far from anything valuable though. Because if they're gonna deck on us, they're definitely gonna try to deck for like East Bengal and Bombay and Carniac and stuff like that, because they want to maximize killing me.
Yeah.
And the fronts that would be in Persia and stuff is far enough away to where I feel pretty comfortable. That's just how I feel though. I might be totally wrong, and I guess we'll find out.
And part of it is if they slow down your guys' economic growth enough that by the time you reach 1890 or like the session 3 that you guys just can't support a bigger army. If they just grind down your army or like your eco.
I don't think
They
they
can,
will.
it's India.
Like this is one of the reasons why teams 2 and like 4 are a lot weaker than they otherwise would be, is because they fought enormous wars. And Team 3.
Part of it.
Yeah. Oh, the rest of the other teams. So they didn't get to put as much into construction.
We fought a big war too, though, with against the Ottomans in Russia. And that entire war, UK was still. Me and UK were both still constructing through it.
The difference is that France and Prussia fought each other and died, and Great Britain fought Russia and won.
France isn't dead, but Germany is definitely dead.
Sorry, yeah.
Germany is.
France isn't dead, but France took a pretty hefty hit in it, though.
France spent a lot on mobilization. They fully mobilized all conscripts, which I don't think the UK did.
And they did lose
or Great Britain.
Alsace.
No, yeah.
They did lose Alsace. Not the worst, but certainly
No,
not
it's
ideal.
still lost. It's put them nearly on equal population with Britain.
Yeah, Britain's population is catching up to.
Well, Britain's been pushing the migration edicts combined with the pop growth stuff. You guys in general are really aggressive about that pop growth edict. I was kind of surprised about that, the healthcare edict.
It's very good.
Well, because we've had games where Britain has had a bigger population than Russia without even annexing like any Indian states or Chinese states or whatever.
Yeah.
Like just from the home isles, a bigger population than Russia.
And not
That's
receiving
why
any
it's
migration from the EIC?
No, getting migration.
Yeah.
But mainly mass migrations from like France. And stuff
Yeah, I mean, a big part of it, I saw that you guys nerfed the Sovereign Empire or Vassalization 1.
Yes.
Which I assume was part of why.
It's
India is
ridiculous
also
in India.
Yep.
India is also nerfed in that decrees and consumption taxes are also more expensive. So they've really tried to crack down on the British bloc's authority. But I just don't.
Do you guys
think it's enough.
categorically always have EIC and Great Britain on the same team?
That's what we've only played one other team game last Saturday, and EIC and Britain were on the same team.
I think it's too powerful, but that's.
It was too powerful. That game.
Well, I think one of the reasons it is powerful is partially because you guys don't allow wars for the first 14 years.
I agree. Yeah.
And France is way scarier on day one.
Yes.
It's kind of like if you would put Japan and China on a team.
No, that would be China is way too strong.
Well,
India's like a bootleg China.
China's a lot weaker if you can deck on them day one.
Yeah,
that's true.
I've had I've hosted a lot of 3v3v3 sessions where the China team just gets clapped.
Really, I'm shocked to hear that. I'm shocked to hear that. I would think.
Oh, you get day one, you get 15 war goals on you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like
You just
allowing
explode.
conquering states, yeah. Because normally we don't allow people to conquer states in China. You know, because
Even when China's a player.
I've never played a game in the server where China is allowed to be a player. Like China's never allowed to be a player, and India is 50-50 whether or not is allowed.
I mean, China's game warping, which is like, your rule set is interesting because you, you allow it. But like China's like, we do draft. China's not even like top 5 pick most of the time, and sometimes it goes undrafted.
I'm guessing it is just a rule set difference then.
Pretty much everything's allowed.
Yeah.
Which now,
Okay, yeah,
now the metagame for China is to like draft it with something like Belgium, and feed all the Chinese states to Belgium, and then release China with Belgium tech.
Wow. That's crazy.
We explicitly have trade state rules.
Yeah, no. I noticed that.
Because if we didn't, then yeah, 100%. I would just, as India, I would just trade all my states to Great Britain. Like.
Yeah, no, just.
Yeah, well, especially if you have a tech.
Game rules.
If you have a tech rule and you can only build so many unis, and they don't have that, yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, in the rule set, I think there's still ways for you to feed UK your states, but like it's like against the spirit of the rules. So.
Yeah, it's against the spirit. So.
You might as well play fair.
Yeah.
Play fair, win fair, etc., etc.
Makes sense. Anyways, boys, I'm gonna outro my stream now. I'm gonna jump out of the call. It was fun. The VOD is gonna be up if you guys, were interested in, in watching it. Huh?
Are you gonna stream the second session?
I was planning on it. I mean,
Okay,
I kind of would like to know the start time so I could schedule the stream and not have to push the stream. But that's not with you guys. That's like separate because you guys aren't the organizer. So
I am in fact the organizer. Yeah, I mean, it was really unfortunate that we had to delay the game.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, the players were. If the players aren't there, the players aren't there.
Yeah. But I mean, I think this will be the time.
It'll be 1 instead, or 1 PST.
Or the same time. Put on pressure if I couldn't play.
What's that?
Honestly, I have no idea. There was no option, Tyrone. That's why we deleted it.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna head out, boys. GG's. VOD is gonna be up.
GG.
Have a good evening.
Yeah.
Alright, so it is just us, chat. I'll catch up with some of the kind of more recent comments in regards to what you guys are kind of maybe talking on. Which isn't too much. Public healthcare seems really strong. Yeah, it seems strong, Like if you're playing single player. If you're playing single player and you like don't start off with a lot of pop, I think the migration one's better. But like, it's maybe a math one. But that they were valuing this over greener grass as USA like early on, I think was a mistake. So, but I guess I'm not 100%. Is there a rule for cut down to size? Because you could do it to Russia. I don't think there is a rule for cut down to size. Here. Or do it to the UK. One of the problems is UK is... Whoa, what's this? That can't be right. One of the problems is the UK has fed stuff to Quebec. Oh, I guess maybe it is right. In vanilla, China is mad now. In vanilla... Wait, what? Have a good night, General. Good night, Gene. I guess you guys weren't chatting too much. There's still a lot of you guys in here. But we will be back next week, hopefully around 1 p.m. PST, to continue this and see how the players manage to deal with or fail to deal with Great Britain. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, like, comment, subscribe. You know, YouTube algorithm stuff. Let's see if we can find anyone who is playing Victoria 3 on Twitch. And see if we can send them a raid their way. We have 25 viewers. Hell yeah, we do. Someone's got a stream titled The Great Game. Well, let's play it. You mean Victoria 3? Their name is Das something, though. So let's hear them talk. Say something in German.
You have to protect India.
Ah, he's speaking English. Alright, so we're gonna raid him. We saw Das in the name. We knew he might have been German. As it do be sometimes. So, we'll give him a little bit of a raid, and he appears to be playing some sort of great game. We didn't see who he was on, though. And then we will also link his thing. Oh, wait, we went away from it. I guess we'll just raid with the Twitchers, and then we'll send the YouTubers the link. That'll do it. So let's do that, and then... Oh no, where is he? No, not like this. And then here's the clip for if you guys all wanted to join together. And other than that, have a good one, you guys. Bye-bye now.